Miss McCoy, just checking. Checking in. Sierra.
Okay.
Good evening, and welcome to the Joint Planning and Zoning Board of Commissioners meeting of July the 7th, 2026. I am Briggs Simmons, the Planning and Zoning Chairman. Prior to this meeting, announcements were posted, those and sent to all board members, commissioners, staff, and interested parties to participate in this meeting. I will now turn the meeting over to Dr. Ramona Jackson Jones, our chair, Madam Chairman, to introduce the commissioners.
All right, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Ramona Jackson Jones, the chairwoman of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, and welcome to our citizens tonight. And I'll start with roll call. Vice Chair and District 4 Commissioner Mark Alcaraz.
Present.
District 2 Commissioner Whitney Kenner Jones.
Present.
And District 3 Commissioner Martin Raxton.
Present.
And Commissioner Mitchell, I believe, is online with us. Are you?
Present.
All right, thank you so much. We're all present and accounted for, and we do have a quorum. And I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Also present, we have members of the Planning and Zoning Board. If you would confirm your presence when I call your name. Frank Payne, District 1, our Vice Chair.
Present.
Brandon Penniman, our at-large member.
Present.
Oric Curry, District 2 Representative.
Present.
Larry Toomey, District 3 Representative.
Present.
And Melissa Polk, District 4 Representative.
Present.
Dr. Chris Small is excused this evening. We do have a quorum. Are you going to introduce instead of Austin?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Allison Duncan, our manager for planning and zoning, will introduce the county staff present in the meeting.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tonight, from the zoning department, we have Austin Cronin, our zoning administrator, and Johanna Womack, our clerk of the Planning and Zoning Board. From our legal department, we have Thomas Mitchell. From our development services department, we have James Worthington and Travis McDonald. From our DOT, we have Bruce Mercer. From the Water and Sewer Authority, we have Diana Johnson. And from the appraisal department, we have Eugene Roberts. As always, we would like to appreciate our deputies for being here this evening, as well as our communications team for helping us to manage the meeting and to broadcast over the social media. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. There's a reversionary clause that applies to each zoning, and that is the applicant, agent, or property owner has 24 months to vest the variance and zoning change once the commissioners have granted an approval. As far as tonight's procedure goes, I will conduct the public hearings. Planning and zoning staff will announce each application, followed by a full presentation on that application. The applicant or their representative and members of the public in favor of an application will be able to present their information. They will have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes to speak on behalf of an application. Members of the public in opposition to an application will also be able to present their information. They will have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes to speak in opposition. After the opposition completes their input or the time has elapsed, I will officially close the hearing. At this point, the staff will clarify any points of the zoning case. If the staff is unable to satisfy the board's questions, the board will then ask the applicant for points of clarification. And this is not a time for the applicant to represent their case. Planning and Zoning Board will then entertain a motion. Our first agenda item tonight is the approval of the minutes of the June 2nd, 2026 regular Joint Planning and Zoning and Board of Commissioners meeting. Planning and Zoning Board members, after reviewing the minutes, are there any comments, changes, or questions? If none, do I have a motion for approval?
This is Melissa Polk. I make a motion to approve the minutes from our June 2nd, 2026 meeting.
Frank Payne, second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all of those in favor of approving the June the 2nd, 2026 meeting minutes, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, the minutes of the June 2nd, 2026 Joint Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Commissioners meeting come to you with a unanimous recommendation for approval.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've had an opportunity to review the June 2nd, 2026 meeting minutes. Are there any revisions, corrections, or deletions that need to be made? Being none, do we have a motion to approve the minutes from the June 2nd, 2026 meeting?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of approval of these minutes, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries for the approval of the June 2nd, 2026 meeting minutes. And I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Our next agenda item is S 2026-34, which was deferred from the last meeting. We do not need to bring this back on the table, do we? We just move
No, sir.
forward.
Yes, sir. We can move forward with the update. We have already had the public hearing on this item. I do have some information to update you on, and I will reread the staff recommendation. So in regard to the recommendation to defer this, staff has been working with the applicant to seek the additional information that you requested. So the applicant has provided information on the search that was conducted in the area. Specifically, there was a question about did they look at other parcels and reach out to other property owners. In the follow-up information that they have said, which is in the record for this meeting, the applicant did make multiple attempts to contact other property owners in the area. So the owner of the subject property was the only person to respond to their request. And so that is the reason that you see this on the subject property. In regard to some additional information, the applicant has indicated that they will agree to all of the conditions proposed by staff. Specifically, there was concern about where the tower would be sited on the property, and so they have indicated in their application that they are willing to work with county staff to position it as far away from the right-of-way on the property as is feasible. And then finally, the applicant has submitted an affidavit from an appraiser attesting to the fact that the tower will not impact the marketability of surrounding properties. And so those are some things that are required when considering whether or not the use is appropriate. And so staff is, again, recommending approval of the special use permit based on the following findings. So first is that the special use permit request is compatible with the comprehensive plan character area of rural reserve and the future land use map classification of rural places. And then the second, the special use permit will not modify the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code. And third, the special use permit request will not adversely impact public health, safety, or welfare. We are also recommending the following conditions. So the first condition is that the tower shall be a monopole, shall not exceed 199 feet in overall height, including the monopole, antenna, lightning rod, and any additional appurtenances. Number two, the location and construction of the tower shall be in accordance with all other requirements of the Unified Development Code. Number three, at the time of the DRC review, the applicant shall present an alternative lease area on the subject parcel for the tower location that is further removed from High Point Road. If an alternative lease area cannot be identified, the applicant shall provide documentation as to why the proposed lease area is the only suitable location. The Director of Development Services shall have the final determination as to the location of the lease area on the parcel. And number four, a review by a radio frequency engineer that is acceptable to Douglas County shall be provided in accordance with Article 3, Section 343I prior to the issuance of the building permit for the tower. That concludes my update. And again, staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duncan. Planning and Zoning Board, we had the public hearing, we had the questions and answers last month. Do we have any additional questions that need to be asked? If not, do I have a motion on S 2026-34?
This is Frank Payne. I recommend approval of S 2026-34.
With the conditions?
With the conditions.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
Or Curry, second.
I have a motion and a second. Planning and Zoning Board, do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to approve S 2026-34 as read into the record with conditions, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. It's a unanimous vote on S 2026-34 for approval with conditions.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, we had an opportunity to engage in a public hearing for S 2026-34 a month ago, and certainly we had a chance to weigh in, but are there any additional comments or remarks? Vice Chair, you have the floor. Vice Chair Alcaraz, you have the floor.
Yeah, just for the record, this was something that was recommended by our E911 and Sheriff's Office, correct? Because of the
Yes, sir.
horrible cell service that we have down that area, to be able to service them better in regards to their responses, correct?
Yes, sir. In the application case file, we do have impact statements from both departments that do say that this will improve service delivery in these areas.
Okay, all right. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Any other remarks or comments? Okay, I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Our next agenda item.
I think we need a vote
Need a vote.
from the.
Nope.
Oh, Lord, I didn't
Well,
know.
yeah, that's right, y'all got
I said, I yield the floor back to you. Okay. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion? Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve S 2026-34.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We have any discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Commissioner Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay, we have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. All right, to approve. I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Now, our next agenda item, M 2026-01, Z 2026-56, and S 2026-57. Ms. Duncan, are you going to do this one?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, so this is in regard to East Village Dothan LLC. This is a request for future land use map amendment from rural places to Commerce Center. This is also a request for rezoning from residential agricultural to planned unit development. And this is a request for special use permit for a data center and substation that will exceed 50,000 square feet, located on Pool, East and West Tyson Roads, Liberty Road in Villa Rica. This is in District 4. The approximate size of the property is about 703 acres. So this is included in the Dog River Watershed Basin. It is a site assemblage of multiple parcels with residential agricultural zoning classification. The subject parcel has been used for agricultural and residential purposes over the years. The majority of the subject property is located in the Dog River Primary Basin, but according to Article 9 of the Unified Development Code, the Dog River Secondary Basin is the portion north of I-20 and extending south of I-20 for a quarter of a mile radius. So it is in both the primary and the secondary basin. In instances where there is a question about its location, the Water and Sewer Authority makes the determination about which way that basin drains. So in this instance, it was determined that it is located in the Dog River Secondary Basin for purposes of regulation. That is going to require a 25% impervious surface limitation on the project. In regard to the transportation network in the area, it is in proximity to Liberty Road, Pool Road, West Tyson Road, East Tyson Road, Sudeth Road, and Interstate 20. Adjacent uses are primarily low-density, single-family detached residential and rural residential uses. It does share a border with Interstate 20 right-of-way, as well as Clinton Nature Preserve and the city limits of Villa Rica. Just to clarify, the portion of the project in the city limits of Villa Rica is not subject to any zoning action here this evening. So the current future land use designation is rural places. A designation of Commerce Center is required for an intensity for a data center. So therefore, the future land use map amendment has been filed. The site is proposing to include a 4.4 million square foot data center development. This is scattered over 6 buildings.
No.
Please, we have a lot to cover tonight, and that is not positive.
Okay.
All right, so this is 4.4 million square feet of data center over 6 buildings. It does include a large area that is set aside as a conservation area of the property. So water is available to the site. Sewer is currently not available to the site. The applicant has been discussing the extension of sewer to the project. An accounting of that information is included with the impact statement provided by the Water and Sewer Authority, included in the staff report. So in addition to the rezoning, the applicant requests 2 special use permits to facilitate the development of the data center. So the first is construction of private utility substations that are needed to serve the project. And then the second is the construction of buildings in excess of 50,000 square feet. So what you have in front of you here are the relevant regulations for this request. This was previously heard in 2025. You can see the case numbers there, and that request for the data center campus was denied at the time. So staff recommends denial of the future land use map amendment, the rezoning, and the special use permit.
All right, please.
The request is not compatible with the comprehensive plan and future land use classification of rural places, and the proposed use will expand utility services into an area that is not contemplated for a commensurate intensity of use. So the applicant has not received a power commitment from Georgia Power. They would not receive that until such a time as the property has any correct zoning approvals. And so a date in which power would be available to serve the project is not yet known. The impact statement submitted by DCDOT also underscores the substantial impact to traffic, and the impact statement submitted by the Douglas County Fire Department underscores the demand on services and the need for upgrades that are necessitated by the use. The impact statement submitted by the Douglas County Sheriff's Office underscores the impact on public safety and identifies the need for more comprehensive study in this area. And then finally, multiple entitlements have been given by the City of Douglasville and Douglas County for projects that may be speculative, which in staff opinion results in the risk of overbuilding potentially.
I'm going to ask, could I have your attention, please? I'm going to ask no more loud outbursts. That's part of our decorum. That decorum is not part of our decorum. Please, if you could just keep it. I know you're celebrating the response from our planning and zoning manager, but just out of respect, if you could, please, just keep it down. We usually don't allow this at all in our other meetings. We have some new legislation that the Board of Commissioners just recently passed. So please, I understand you're excited, but if you just, please, because we can't hear. So you have the floor again.
Thank you,
Manager.
Madam Chair.
Please, if you could, for her, so we could hear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are concerns about compatibility with the Dog River Watershed Basin protections, as well as the precedent for allowing industrial uses within the Basin Protection District. In regard to existing data center facilities, we've received a number of questions about this, so just including this information here. We currently have total operational space of about 2.5 million square feet over 8 buildings. That's in the entirety of unincorporated Douglas County. This does not take into consideration City of Douglasville. Total space under construction is about 3.2 million square feet in 6 buildings, and then total space under permit review is about 3 million square feet over 11 buildings. So that underscores the point that we've made previously, that the board has granted previous entitlements. There's a number of projects that are currently moving their way through the system, about 8.5 million square feet in total. So we are suggesting that we allow that to move through and build out before expanding into areas where a use of this scale is not contemplated. There was one additional project that was approved for zoning. That was the Trammell Crow project on the Waldrop Farms. That proposes 1.4 million square feet in 2 buildings, but that project has not submitted for building or land disturbance permit at this time. So what I have in front of you here is a map of the Dog River Basin area, and then this is the zoning map that shows the residential agricultural zoning as well as the proximity to the city limits of Villa Rica. Here is the aerial image for the property. Again, it takes about 703 acres. And then here is the site plan that was submitted with the application that just shows the 6 buildings, and then the multiple utility substations. The areas in the dark green are proposed for conservation use on the property as a part of the PUD. The areas in light green are proposed as open space. So here is a rendering of the proposed elevation of the building. And then here is another rendering from a different view. So again, in terms of the future land use map and character area, the rural places is the existing future land use map classification. They are proposing to go to a Commerce Center land use classification. We do not believe that Commerce Center is compatible with the Dog River Basin character area. So staff is recommending denial of the future land use map rezoning and special use permit request based on the following findings. First, that the proposed map amendment, zoning, and special use permit are not consistent with the future land use map rural places and the character area designation of the Dog River watershed. Second, the granting of the proposed map amendment, zoning, and special use permit will adversely impact existing public facilities and services, including traffic and transportation networks, public safety and fire services, as well as water quality and quantity. And our third finding is that the granting of the map amendment, zoning, and special use permit would adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare. Now, we do have an alternate recommendation. We do have a number of conditions that we would propose if the Board of Commissioners is inclined to approve the request. We do have our alternate recommendation as well as findings and conditions on the future land use map amendment, the rezoning, and the special use permit. If it is acceptable to the board, I will defer reading those commissions into the record until such a time as you may call for that, as you consider what the motion may or may not be. So at this time, I will conclude my staff report, but as always, we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. At this point in time, I will open the public hearing on this matter. As I said earlier, we have 2 minutes allocated per person for a total time of 15 minutes. However, at this point in time, with the number of folks we have here, we have agreed to raise that to 20 minutes, but it's still 2 minutes per person. Now, you folks are lining up, and I see no on your shirt. I'm opening the public hearing for people to speak in favor.
Oh, no.
Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application?
You got Joe. You got Joe.
Okay,
John.
order.
Mr.
Anyone
Citizen.
wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant or the applicant's representative? Please, silence.
Okay.
Okay, folks, let's bring order.
We're going to bring order, please.
People, listen, please. The people positive and the people negative have a right to be heard. So hold your comments while they're speaking, please. This is not a matter of, you can talk up anytime. Please, ma'am,
No,
we will clear the room. Okay, first one speaking in favor. Now, we have 2 minutes per person. Allocated time is 20 minutes. We're going to hold that strict. So when I tell you your 2 minutes is up, that's it. Okay, name and address for the record, and then 2 minutes, please.
Good evening. My name is Anna Maria Means. I'm with Denton's, and I represent the applicant. My address is 303 Peachtree Street, Suite 5300, Atlanta, Georgia, 30308.
Silence,
silence, please.
Thank you. As was stated, we're here for these 3 applications of rezoning, a future land use map, and a special use permit. I have slides. We designed this project to have significant conservation space, walking trails, and setbacks to help mitigate any harm this may cause to the community. However, we hear and understand that there is a lot of pushback here and community concerns, and we'd appreciate the ability to address those concerns. So we request a deferral so that we can request we can address the concerns of the community and further discuss the project.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will take that under advisement. Next person, please. State your name and address for the record, and then 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Sledge, and I live at 233 Millwell Drive in the Pool Weatherstone subdivision. I'm grateful to be able to stand before you tonight. I lost a little sleep trying to figure out how to figure this out in 2 minutes to convey to you and convince you that this rezoning request for the proposed data center campus is good for the community and good for Douglas County. But the truth is, you already know the facts because I flooded your inboxes with data about modern day data centers. I would like to say that some have represented to you that this rezoning would adversely affect public health, safety, and welfare, and that's simply not true. No leading authority has issued a blanket statement claiming that modernized data centers inherently harm communities, not the EPA, not state environmental utility regulators, not federal agencies responsible for evaluating major projects under the National Environmental Policy Act. To better understand data centers, I spoke with a businessman who helped guide the data center boom in Northern Virginia, a region that welcomed 6,400 new jobs and over 116 billion with a capital B dollars of capital investment. Just as that person met with me, the applicant standing before you tonight met with our community. My time is short, so I'm going to say this evening that I encourage you tonight to be bold, to be courageous. Don't scratch with the chickens, soar with the eagles. You can do this. I see champions. I see the future champions of Douglas County standing before me tonight. And so I'm asking for your vote. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
No,
you very
no,
much.
please, please,
Okay.
no clapping, please.
You're taking up time when nobody's speaking. Name and address for the record, sir.
My name's Michael Lynch. I live in Riverbend Court, Villa Rica, Georgia. 9036 Riverbend Court. I have a couple of suggestions and comments. On your map that you show, you don't show where the substation is going to be on that map. Maybe I just missed it. Also, I don't see on the map, just giving you advice, where is the cooling towers going to be? They are what generates the noise that we're all concerned about, so maybe address that going forward. Coming out of Wansley, you're adding a gigawatt of power to the grid. Where is that power going to be transmitted to this facility? That's not clear. Gigawatt of power, which is combined cycle, which data centers elsewhere in the country require 99.5%.
Are you speaking in favor?
Sir,
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm giving you suggestions. 99.5% reliability for power, and I don't see that at Plant Wansley. Plant Wansley is sitting at about 93% reliability for the year of 2025. Everywhere else in the country, they are asking for 99.5% reliability. So questions, is there going to be power generation, backup power on site? That doesn't show. So if it's going to be there, maybe show it on the map, on the chart. Any kind of, you've mentioned the substation, but how are you going to do the backup power? So suggest you put that on your chart and maybe you'll get a bit more approval. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Next person, name and address in 2 minutes, sir.
My name is E. John Citizen, 3970 Brook Hollow Drive, Douglasville, Georgia. The reason why I'm up here because this project affects the entire county. If we don't find a new source of revenue, our taxes gonna go up. We don't have any more money. We don't have any more money. I feel threatened. I feel threatened up here. So all I'm saying is I got 2 minutes. And this project affects the entire county. We don't have any more federal dollars coming this way. We don't have any more COVID money coming this way. If we don't find a new tax revenue, our chairman of the finance committee and our vice chairman both can confirm that we don't have money. We got to build a new courthouse. We out of space. We don't have enough buildings to put our employees in. Our infrastructure is crumbling in Douglas County. We don't have money. We have a great opportunity to create resources in this county, prepaid taxes, and untold revenue that's going to come from this project in the tune of $1.2 billion. And we can get $50 million in prepaid tax to help clean some of these roads, build some of these roads that need to be fixed. And I don't want my tax dollars to be taken any more up than it is. And if we don't find new tax dollars, both governors who's running for the race said they're going to cut property taxes. Where do you think we're going to get that new tax dollar from? From us. That means our property tax is going to go up locally and also with the water. We're going to build a $500 billion dam and waterway to put something here that's going to ruin our water? No, WSA is not that way. We are good water stewards, and we ain't going to put all that money into a big water spillway to have somebody come and ruin it. So this is a good project. We need the finances in our county. Our county don't have the money, and we don't want our taxes to be higher. Thank you for your time. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Next person, please.
no clapping, no,
Hold the noise.
no clapping, please.
Name and address for the record and in 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Gene Bowers, live at 9500 East Tyson Road. I'm here tonight because I actually support this project, and I'll tell you why. Over the past year, I've attended the meetings, looked closely at what's being proposed. The more I've learned, the more I believe this project represents real opportunity for our community. One thing that's made me a lasting impression on me is actually the Hickman family and Linda Hickman herself. When Linda talks about this property, you can tell how deeply she cares about this land. Most importantly, the Clinton Nature Preserve and the property leading up to it. Linda truly loves this land. The only thing is she knows that she can't protect this forever. From everything I've seen, Linda has worked hard to find a future in this property that allows progress while protecting by protecting the natural beauty around it. I think this says a lot about Linda, her family, and the values that she's brought her kids up to do. This project also has potential to create opportunity that can change people's lives forever. Projects like this need electricians, HVAC people, technicians, pipe fitters, welders, fiber control technicians, equipment operators, supervisors, security personnel, landscapers, the list goes on and on and on. All right? You may start as a helper, you may then go on to an apprentice. Next thing you know that you are the next electrician, you are the next HVAC person, you are the next person teaching the next generation. That's how we build careers. That's how we build stronger families, and that is how communities grow. I also believe this property is well suited for this type of project, as it has the size and infrastructure to handle it. I want to briefly talk about the noise that people talk about. For those of you that actually live here, we already deal with the traffic. We already deal with the motorcycles racing up and down the road. We already deal with the Jake brakes. Thank you. And on top of that, the gunfire coming from the gun range at over 1,000 decibels, or 100 decibels. Okay.
Next person, please, name and address for the record.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My
If
name
you'd
is.
speak into the microphone.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Ashley Grizzle. I live at 3170 Tyson Road in Villa Rica, Georgia, in Douglas County in District 4. My mom, my aunt, my husband all live here. Both of my children have been raised here since birth. I have had the pleasure of living in Douglas County for 23 years, and our farm has been here for almost 30 years. I have eaten at Hudson's on a Friday night. I have bought horse feed at Turner's Feed and Seed and wondered how they got that horse on top of the building. I have been here since the mall was placed in place. And all that to say, some things have stayed the same in Douglas County, but some things have changed. Our farm was once isolated in a sea of raw, undeveloped land. Now our farm is surrounded by industrial that has grown along the I-20 corridor, SEC, ServPro, and the Southwire Industrial Complex, all neighbor our property at this juncture. Where previously there was land, now there are subdivisions behind us. Growth in a county means change. When our family decided that our farm was becoming more city and less country, we began the process of trying to figure out how to develop our land for its best use. We have listened to all of our neighbors most closely affected by our leaving, and they have all said, no more houses, please. I have a folder 2 inches thick of development companies that send us letters on the daily for land for subdivisions. My brother James Hickman landed on the idea of a data center. After 4 years of careful consideration, we have submitted a plan we think will best continue the growth of Douglas County while preserving the character of our neighborhood. By pushing the data center campus next to I-20, we reduce the distance to our neighbors, including a buffer space that's well beyond Douglas County requirements. Out of the 700-acre campus, 554 acres. That's wasn't.
I control the time.
Thank you. Out of the 700-acre campus, 570 acres will stay green space. I'm sorry. Our green space of 256 acres will be placed in a conservation easement. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Your time.
Thank you very much. Next person, name and address for the record.
Right. Commissioners and committee members, my name is Gerald Pouncey, 1372 Mountain
Quiet,
Park.
please.
1372 Mountain Park Road in Marietta, and also Service Counsel for the applicant. We have spent more than 18 months in negotiations and in a constructive conversation with the neighborhoods that are closest to this development. And if you look at the images behind you and in front of you, you will see there have been tremendous changes to that plan. You will see buffers and green space that surround the project to the south, to the west, and to the east. And the data center campus itself which is only slightly over 100 of the 700 acres where the actual footprints of the buildings will be. The data center itself sits on I-20. This is a project that has been designed for minimal impact upon the surrounding communities, and it's something we've spent the last 18 months attempting to accomplish. We've had 2 public hearings in the last 2 months, and in those hearings we have met with many of you. Some of you I don't recognize, but many of you we have met with to go over the issues that exist here, and I would note 2 things in closing. One, I admit first off that the concerns raised by many of you about data centers were valid 2 years ago, and even a year ago. There have been tremendous advancements.
Please talk to us.
There have been tremendous advancements with data centers since then. And 2, we've also brought in one of the 2 top developers of data centers in all of the country, EdgeConneX, who is known primarily for their interaction with the community and their effort to bring jobs to the community, both temporary and permanent, and their support for other activities within the community, and I understand that those meetings have already begun to take place. So we're prepared to answer any questions I am on the environmental issues that have been raised, noise issues. I'm certainly here to respond to heat island issues, but I would just offer that this project, while some may oppose it or many may oppose it, this project is the product of almost 2 years of work with the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next person, please name and address for the record, 2 minutes.
My name is Donald Vaughn. I live on Liberty Road, 3565 Liberty Road. My wife and I lived there for 40 years. She just passed 6 months ago. I raised 4 children. All 4 of them live in Weatherstone. I think this is a good thing for the community. It beats having Liberty Road turn into the other side of the interstate. You can't move back and forth either way on the other side. This will give more tax money for the county. My wife believed in education. She believed in God, family, and education first. And this will bring in money for taxes. This will bring in money for more education and future for your kids, for your grandkids. And I don't know what in the world everybody thinks about. Half these people here don't live on Liberty Road. You know, 90% of them don't live. It won't affect them. But it does affect me. I've lived there for 40 years. So it will be good for the county. And it will be good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Next
No
person,
clapping, please. No clapping.
Name and address for the record, and then 2 minutes.
Jackie Cooper, 8080 Malone Street, Douglasville, Georgia, 30134. I am one of the ones who opposed this data center. I went in the first meeting hot because I didn't have knowledge. I didn't understand what this particular data center was trying to bring to the community. I am by far one of the most, active people here in Douglas County about Douglas County citizens. I am a community activist, so I went in hot. I wanted to know what was what. And so once I got the opportunity to get the knowledge, do my own research, not what they say, because I don't believe what half of people, say, period. So I did my own research. I studied, I looked, I walked that same land they're talking about donating 5 times. 5 times myself, and I'm not a nature girl at all, but I wanted to know because I know that the Bible clearly says, study to show thyself approved, get the knowledge for yourself. I was one of those people that went in that first meeting at the planning and zoning and said, no, hell no, excuse my language, but that's what I said until I understood the assignment. I understood that the tax revenue, I understood the training they're trying to bring here. I understood the safeties that they were putting in place for the betterment of Douglas County. I understood what they were doing. And so with that, it will be for the betterment of Douglas County. Who gives $55 million up front, $1 billion in taxes? They're not asking for a tax abatement. That was one of my concerns as well. I was concerned about the water. I was concerned about the electricity. I was concerned about, just as like these other constituents, I was concerned. But I took the time to get the knowledge, what most people here have not done.
You've not gotten a knowledge about what these people are doing. Not what previous data centers have done, but what these people are doing. Thank you.
Name and address for the record in 2 minutes.
All right, my name is Mr. Douglas, Mirror Lake, 1065 over there Southwood Drive. I'm gonna keep it real simple and sweet. I feel like we're getting caught up in the point where we're thinking it's about us, but it's really not. We gotta look down the road 5, 6 years from now. This is not about us. This is about what's coming behind us, which is our youth. We're talking about jobs, guys. We're talking about jobs. My line of work,
Please.
my line of work, I work with the youth. I'm a counselor for this state. And I work with the youth all the time who's graduating. And after 12th grade, and then what? They feel like they have to go to the city. When I say the city of Atlanta, to go make some money. They feel this way. We're out here now, we're building an opportunity where they don't have to go far from home. They can actually work somewhere near home. So it's not all about us people, it's 2026. AI is here. And we gotta move forward with the times. And if we don't, you will get lost in the past.
Thank you for your comments. Next person, please, name and address for the record, 2 minutes.
Good evening, Kentrell Porch, 4498 Edna Place, Douglasville, Georgia, 30134. I come standing in support of the data center project. I myself, not as educated or as informed on data centers other than the preceding things that I've heard over the years. Having sat in on some meetings, having sat in on seeing the plans and the development of what this can bring to this county, I say this is a good thing for the county. I think it is a good thing for the county and the cities in the surrounding counties that we can go forward and move forward with the technology, with the programs that they look to bring here for this data center. I think it is a good thing to push this program forward and move forward with this data center and move Douglasville for a growing county, growing cities. I think it would definitely benefit the residents and the constituents of this county as well. But thank you for your time. I do not want to hold that whole 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Next person, please.
All right.
Name and address, 2 minutes.
Dan and Lindley, 4293 Antler Court, Douglasville native. I'm here because I am in support of it, and it's not because I read the articles and that whole deal. I actually been around the space for about 2 years. I went to a conference last year in DC that spoke about data centers, and I gained knowledge as relates to it that all data centers are not created equal. The data center that's being built is not, don't look at the headlines. Most people run with the headlines without doing any research. I've done my research. I've actually talked to subject matter experts that actually ask the right questions. The only thing that we're doing here, I'm talking because I asked this question online, and I'm talking from that experience. When people are talking about data centers, it's just no. Nobody is asking the question, what kind of data center is being built? How does it affect our environment? What is it going to do for not the salaries, but the taxes here? What are some of the things that are going to benefit our county? We're just saying no. Nobody's asking the developers or the people that selling the land the right questions. I come here today because I'm not saying I'm a subject matter expert, but I'm asking the right questions, and that's why I'm in support of the data center, because I've gotten the information that I need to move forward. I was once a person that was afraid of it because most people say it's going to waste up all our water. Most people do not know that this data center is not going to use any water from Douglas County because it's going to have medical grade water coming in.
No.
All right. Have you all done? I've done my research, so I'm confident in what I'm saying. So I stand on what I say because I've done the research. If that's my time, it's cool. But I've done my research, and I hope that the committee make a good decision. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. If y'all would please hold the comments down, they're not productive. Name and address for the record, please. 2 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Valerie Sledge. I live at 233 Millville Drive. And I'm in favor of the data center because it's directly behind my house. If you remove the woods, I can look at it. However, they're not going to do that. I would like to say I'm in favor of the data center for the next generation. My Bible tells me where there's no vision, the people perish. We're going to lose our young people in Douglas County. So therefore, if we do something now, somebody did it for me, somebody did it for each and every one of you up there. You just didn't wake up one day and be where you are. Somebody laid the groundwork. Somebody looked out for the next generation. It's not about me. I have no children. I don't own a dog or goldfish or nothing. I'm looking out for the next generation because when I'm gone, whether I like it or not, AI and everybody else gonna come along the way. So we can't change. You're either gonna change with the future or you can be left in the past. God bless you and have a nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next person, please, name and address for the record in 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Todd Workman, Cooperative Drive, Herndon, Virginia. I'm here on behalf of EdgeConneX. And I want to tell you that this is anything but a speculative project. That we are a company that has a track record on a number of things. Number one, building successful data centers. We're a worldwide company. We have 90 of them across the world. 20 countries, 4 continents, 60 markets. Yeah, we're going to generate a lot of tax revenue. But as important as that is, it's more important for us to maintain the corporate citizen profile that you can see us maintaining in every location in which we operate. We are contributors to our communities, whether it be jobs, whether it be participants in local events, whether it be supporters of community priorities. You can see we have a clear and consistent track record for that. We look forward to talking to you more about it, answering questions that you have with regard to our best-in-class standards for ensuring that we are building in ways that our communities, our people, and our customers can be proud.
20 minutes, time is up.
Okay, that's it. I will close the public hearing for those in favor and open the public hearing for those in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, you also have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 20 minutes. And please, again, let's have some respect so we can hear what's being said. Name and address for the record, sir.
I live in the Dog River Basin. I'll keep my address. I live on West Banks Mill Road, but I'll keep the number to myself just for my protection. I read a little slow, so y'all just have to give me a minute.
We'll give you 2 minutes.
All right. My name is Richard Strickland. I'm a landowner with a well on my property with decades of septic installation, which is environmental wastewater treatment on site. My roots here go deep. I'm not opposed to progress, but I have watched progress move faster than the consequences my entire life. I've watched communities pay the price every time. Flint, Michigan was told the water was fine. Camp Lejeune was told the water was fine. I have a father-in-law and a wife that's got a special kind of cancer straight from Camp Lejeune. So I know firsthand. As of today, or as of July 5th, we're in a drought per Fox News weather report. That being said, I'm not going to read the rest of this because I don't have enough time. If you think of it like this right here, a data center is your K-cup coffee pot on your counter. When you put water through that, everything that water touches takes on whatever it touches, right? The water absorbs it. Data centers are no different. You've got chemicals and everything else inside those data centers that touch the water. Now we're going to take those particulates and run them out steam, which northwest wind most of the time in Georgia. So you got Hiram, Paulding County, Cobb County. Y'all said y'all are going to get water from Cobb County. Well, any system that's overtaxed, including the citizens of the county, fail. You can only get so much. So when the water's overdone, buying it from somewhere else, what are you going to do? We're going to have to subsidize it. WSA is going to have to pick up the bill. We're cleaning the water that come off of these things and spraying them on spray fields down here on South Georgia, South Douglas County. So with that being said, everything that goes into that water, whether it goes into the air, it goes back into the ground, we have water, we have air, we have soil. We have to test all three. We have to monitor them nonstop. So the people that are building this data center, are they putting their name on there once they're gone? The first corporation that's coming in building the data center, the one they sell it to, are they going to make them sign the lease to say that they're responsible for the trash? Because, you know, it spaces out and gets...
Okay. That's time. Thank you.
Please, no clapping.
Next person, name and address for the record in 2 minutes.
Eileen Roberts, Post Road, Winston. That's what data centers sound like. Okay, that's 365 days a year, 24/7. And I chose rural living because I love the green space. I love the tranquility. I've been walking in Clinton Nature Preserve for the past 9 years. There's some of us have been walking there for over 26 years. Our early dawn walks, apart from the fellowship and exercise, are enhanced by a beautiful sunrise, the wildlife, and the sound of birds. The sound of birds is going to be replaced by that sound I just played. The data center proposed to join the preserve is alarming. 700 acres. I'm looking out for my next generation too. 700 acres eaten up with buildings, concrete. I'm tired of that. I want green space for my kids to be able to walk, to be able to buy a home, to have land. When there's no green space left, humanity will suffer greatly. This is for humanity. These centers are power hungry, with some consuming as much energy as a medium-sized city. It will directly compete with households in my community and surrounding businesses, leading to higher electricity rates for us. The cooling system of the data center will evaporate millions of gallons of water annually, impacting our shared watershed, the Dog River. All I've heard since I moved to Douglas County is Dog River, Dog River. While the center may create jobs, they are modest and specialized, and the profits will flow to distant corporations. Not here, it's distant. Google, Microsoft, they're not here. This center does not align with our community character and should be located on industrial sites with dedicated energy and water capacity, not embedded in our communities. Data centers support the AI boom. But AI is set to replace jobs for average workers.
That is your time. Name and address for the record in 2 minutes.
Amy McCoy, 392 Jada Lane in Villa Rica, Georgia. So I'm going to keep this very short because there is a long line behind me. Yes, there is. And I want to make sure that I emphasize, because what I kept hearing was very challenging, because I kept hearing people say that they did the research behind this. But I too have done research behind this. I've even traveled internationally in order to be able to see how infrastructure is put in place by areas that have already built out these data centers. This is why I'm a big opponent to them, because we don't have the proper infrastructure for them. We are in a housing crisis, and it is absolutely necessary, which I have brought before this commission multiple times, where that is where our focus has been. You know, listening to some of these comments and understanding that some people are paid people to be up here and advocating on behalf of this. And I truly find that disgusting, because we are talking about lives. As we're talking about what this next generation is going to have, we are already setting ourselves up for failure and what is not going to happen in the next 10 years if we don't take authority in actually focusing on housing now. Data centers is not the answer. As someone who owns a property still over in the tributary area, value has already decreased because of the amount of data centers that have come in. I don't want to see that for the rest of this county. We deserve absolutely better than this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Name and address in 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Rensher. I live off Chapel Hill Road, and I'm here to ask you to vote no to the proposed 12th data center in Douglas County. No, I'm going to say off of Chapel Hill Road to protect my address, please. Douglas County has already welcomed numerous data centers. I understand the importance of economic development, but our community has done its part. We should not continue sacrificing our natural resources, our neighborhoods, and our future for another project that offers limited long-term benefits to the people who actually live here. I support bringing businesses and jobs to our county, but data centers are different. Despite their massive footprint and strain to our local infrastructure, they create relatively few long-term jobs once the construction is complete. And just how many of those few jobs are being filled exclusively by Douglas County residents? The benefits are short-lived, but the impacts remain with the residents long after the construction crews have left. If we approve a 12th data center today, what stops a 13th or a 14th or a 20th? Should we go ahead and change the name from Douglasville to Datasville? Douglas County is more than available land. It's where families raise children, people invest their savings into homes, and where residents expect clean water, a reliable infrastructure, and a high quality of life. This decision is bigger than just one building. It's about the future of Douglas County. At what point do we stop saying yes to every proposal and decide that preserving our community is more important than continuing to industrialize it for outsider profit? I ask you to remember who elected you, not multinational corporations or developers or contractors, but the people that live here, the homeowners who invested in this county, the parents raising children here, and the people who have lived here for generations. Tonight, you have an opportunity to draw a line and say that Douglas County has reached its limit. Please protect our natural resources, our neighborhoods, and the future of this county. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Name and address for the record, and then 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Rhiannon Maddox, and I live on Ephesus Church Road in Villa Rica. And like many others here tonight, I care deeply about the future of our county. Growth is inevitable, but where and how we grow matters, especially when that growth could permanently change our neighborhoods and natural spaces. The proposed data center in our county is being marketed as a closed-loop cooling system, giving the impression that it will have little to no impact on our local water supply. However, QTS Fayetteville was also designed as a closed-loop system, yet still withdrew billions of gallons of water from the county's water system. Company reps argued that this occurred during construction rather than normal operations. That distinction does not eliminate our concern, it reinforces it. Calling a facility closed loop does not mean it has no impact. It simply means the operational cooling system recirculates water. It does not erase the significant water demands required to build and support the facility. Air quality is another concern. Although backup diesel generators are intended for emergencies, they must also be tested regularly and may operate during power outages or periods of high electrical demand. Light pollution affects nearby neighborhoods. Data centers require extensive outdoor security lighting, and large facilities often remain brightly illuminated throughout the night. Residents living near these recently constructed facilities have reported that nighttime lighting shines into their homes and changes the character of their neighborhoods. Finally, we must consider the strain these facilities place on our electrical grid. A dedicated power substation does not create new electricity. It simply provides a dedicated connection to the existing power grid. Before approving a project of this scale, we should ask whether our grid is being built to serve our residents first. When a data center is proposed beside homes and a nature preserve, of all places, these impacts deserve careful consideration. This is not simply about one building. It's about introducing an industrial-scale facility into a place where families expect quiet evenings, dark skies, clean air, and the ability to enjoy their homes and the surrounding environment. Once those impacts are present, they cannot easily be undone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Good evening.
Name and address for the record in 2 minutes, please.
I'm Carrie, and I live on Post Road in Douglas County. My brother and I were born and raised here in Douglas County. We attended Douglas County Public Schools, built our careers here, and today work for two of Georgia's top Fortune 500 companies. This community gave us the opportunities to succeed in business, so I want to be clear. I believe in economic development. I believe in business, but I also believe in growth, and that it should be intentional, transparent, and in the best interest of the people who already call Douglas County home. That's why I'm here tonight to respectfully oppose this rezoning request. This is not about whether Douglas County supports data centers. We already do. The question is whether this data center belongs in this location. We're being asked to approve a permanent land use change without knowing who will ultimately occupy or operate this facility. Without that information, this board nor the public can fully evaluate its long-term impacts. For a decision that cannot be undone, we should have all the facts before moving forward. This proposal is especially significant because it borders Annie Clinton Nature Preserve, one of Douglas County's most treasured natural spaces. Once the land surrounding it is transformed into industrial development, that change is permanent. The open space, the forest, and the character of this area cannot simply be recreated. I appreciate the time and service each of you gives to Douglas County, and I recognize the difficult decisions you make, but this one is different. A rezoning decision like this will shape our community for generations. I respectfully ask you to not defer, but deny this rezoning request, or at minimum postpone any decision until the board and the public have complete information, including the identity of the end user and the operational details of this facility. Douglas County has already shown it welcomes economic development. Tonight, you have the opportunity to show that we also value transparency, thoughtful planning, responsible growth, and the people who call Douglas County their home. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Name and address for the record in 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Natalie Hayes, and I live on Ephesus Church Road. It's been said that if you have all the riches and success in the world but not your health, you have nothing. That's why the health impacts of this proposal truly matter. Research from UC Riverside and Caltech shows pollution from current data centers adding over $1 billion yearly in extra nationwide healthcare expenses. The nonprofit Piedmont Environmental Council's recent study shows that emissions from just one single data center in Virginia that used on-site power generation costs roughly $53 to $99 million per year in health damages. Carnegie Mellon University economist Nicholas Muller estimates that data centers heap on $25 billion more of hidden public health damages and increased mortality risks yearly. Here are stats from U.S. News showing how Douglas County ranks health-wise compared to Georgia and the nation before even suffering the health assaults from this proposed data center. Our county received a 27 out of 100 possible score on overall healthcare access. We have significantly less safety professionals per capita than Georgia and the nation. Hospital beds here are more than twice as hard to come by, and we have more adults whose health status already classifies as poor to fair than Georgia and the nation. 14% have no health insurance. How would this county generate the millions required to expand current emergency and medical infrastructure, plus cover the guaranteed spike in doctor, hospital, pharmaceutical, and other related costs that result from rubber stamping and mass poisoning of every living thing within a several-mile radius? Even if millions of dollars magically appeared to offset these impacts, no amount of money replaces clean air and good health. Tonight's slick-talking developers will be long gone when the damages manifest. Just look at their track records nationwide. And fun fact, there is no closed-loop cooling system ever proven safe for our water supply, and therefore us. I do not consent. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Name and address for the record in 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you for taking my thing. I do not want the Data Center. Sabina Kelly, Box 536 in Winston. We already approved the data center on Post Road, which is 10 miles down from Liberty, and there's no sense to have another one. I-20 is hectic enough and silly enough. That being said, I live down off of 166, and coming up to Liberty Road every day is a nightmare now because of the Peach State Truck Center that was approved to be there, and it's wonderful, and I'm glad it's there. I just wish they'd stay off the rest of Liberty Road and 166. That being said, I also am concerned because we have discussed this before about the tax money, and since the data centers get tax breaks, the one on Post Road doesn't, thank you, we have not seen any tax money coming into the county. Our taxes still go up every year, and I personally am tired of it going up. I don't know about everybody else in here. We'd like for the data center to actually pay the taxes so that we don't have to pay taxes. The other thing that I found out is the state of Georgia has already approved $600 million tax break for the data centers in Georgia, and I think that's just a yearly thing. So thank you so much, and have a blessed evening.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the record in 2 minutes, sir.
Mr. Aiken, Douglasville, Georgia 30135. The question is, data centers provide a service for the entire earth to benefit off of. So with that said, will the data centers lower water and electrical costs or bills for us locally, since we're providing this service for the entire earth? Anybody can log into these data centers and run an online store or whatever, from Europe, from Africa, wherever. And on top of that, will these data centers, because of the popularity of Douglas County being here, will it create a demand that will actually result in raising our property taxes? And if the data centers actually help lower the electrical bill and the water bill, will they sort of pass the buck on to the government or the county, causing the property taxes to rise that actually compensates for the electrical and water bills? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Name and address for the record in 2 minutes, sir.
Jerome A. Fitz, Chattahoochee Drive, 30135. I've made multiple videos calling Douglasville Deja Vu Douglasville, the way you can drive up the street and you see multiple stores on the same block, and it makes no sense. When you talk about gas stations, tire shops, McDonald's, Dollar Generals, where is anything that the community can actually use? It's been multiple times where businesses wanted to come here and y'all turned it down. Maybe not y'all in particular, but the county turned it down. That's ridiculous. We already have 11 data centers. That's the new Fairburn Road then. Why not build something that the community actually needs and wants? Forget tax revenue, that's not the only thing. And when you start talking about agriculture, that's priceless. There's plenty of things that could be built there rather than a data center. I understand technology and all that. We already have 11. That's ridiculous. We can do, honestly, we can do better. And I think if you actually serve the community, all of you will vote no because it's the right thing to do. But to be honest with you, I don't trust none of y'all.
Please,
Name and address for the
just
record.
keep the
2
noise
minutes,
down.
Yes, sir. Good evening to the board. My name is Jackson Deacon, 6225 South Summer Circle, Douglasville, Georgia, 30135. My family and I have lived in Douglasville for well over 3 decades at this point. I camped along Dog River. I've camped in Clinton Park. I love this town. My neighbors and friends have already talked about the noise pollution, the sound pollution, the light pollution, the water pollution that the data center will bring to Douglas County. I'd like to focus on the benefits that East Village Dothan claims will come to our county. First and foremost, the primary benefit that they claim is an alleged 200 to 300 new jobs. They provide no named operator for the site, no hiring commitment for a real employer. This is a projection intended to make their project look appetizing. Independent research has found that when data centers create jobs at all, the projections presented by developers oftentimes are 3 times or more the number of jobs they actually create. A study in Virginia found that the average data center being proposed of a comparable size employs approximately 50 full-time employees, of which approximately 25% to 50% are contractors. Operating data centers is among the least labor-intensive businesses in this economy, and this one will not provide any tangible benefits to our labor market. The jobs they're claiming may not exist, but the costs of this project are real, and they will land in the pockets of our citizens. Douglas County Sheriff's Office has already said that the creation of this data center would require up to 50 new positions and an additional $2 million to their budget, of which that would come from our taxes. Our fire department, in December when they spoke to you last, spoke about concerns that they would not be able to properly protect this area as it stands, and they would similarly need a massive budget increase to do so. Not only would the cost of police and to protect this area come directly from the pockets of our citizens, Georgia Power recently admitted in a May hearing under oath that 100% of data center fuel costs will be shifted onto residential and small business ratepayers. You have the power to deny this amendment. I ask you to do so.
Thank you very much for your comment. How we doing on time? Allison? 1 minute and 3 seconds left. Name and address for the record.
Okay, my name is Maria, and I'm on Pool Mill in Douglasville. Good evening, everyone. First, I want to say that my family and I gave up city life and everything we knew in Chicago ultimately to settle here in rural Douglas County just over 2 years ago, and we absolutely love it here. I'm in no way against technology or progress. I learned to program computers at 15 years old and have been in IT ever since. I am 65 years old now. You do the math. I know firsthand the wonderful benefits technology can provide. I manage teams that built and installed them, but I'm also keenly aware of the harm and negative impacts that it can cause to humanity due to greed, ego, and ignorance. Words like "we have no evidence," "we have no reason to believe" is often a smokescreen to plead innocent years later when the citizens are left with the mess. At the informational meeting, it was stated that 2 data centers are currently being built, and we have 14 to 15 locations. Now we are considering building a mega data center in addition to what we already have.
And that's our 20 minutes. Thank you all very much for your comments. Okay. Okay, please take your seats. Public hearing is officially closed. Quiet, please. At this point in time, Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of the developer or of staff? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, I'll throw it over the Board of Commissioners for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions for the developers or staff? Any questions, Board? Okay, we don't have any questions. I don't have any.
Thank you
at
very
this
much.
time.
Ms. Duncan, you may have a seat. And do you have something you need to add before we close?
No, sir. I believe the seats are taken, so I will stay here until such a time as the Board of Commissioners votes on this item. Thank you.
Okay, very much. Planning and Zoning Board, you have heard the discussions, you've heard the request from the applicant to defer. This is a matter that is going forward. What is your desire? Do I have a motion to defer, or do I have a motion to approve or deny the M 2026-01, the map amendment?
This is Melissa Polk. I'd like to make a motion to deny agenda item M 2026-01.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the denial of M 2026-01, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, M 2026-01 comes to the board with a unanimous recommendation for denial.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to deny S 2026-01.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board?
Yes, Madam Chair. Just so that we're clear, I have heard you. I have received everything. All the calls, all the emails, everything from my office, we have heard. But there's things that are really some misconceptions out there that just some people really need to understand. One, I understand this family's going to sell that property. Yes. Something's going to come there, and it may bring a lot of traffic. It may cause even worse that area. But no, please hold your comments if you would. But I've listened to both sides. I have. And to think that we sit up here and this is a easy decision to make, because let me be honest and very clear also. Whether you know it or not, these data centers, once these others come off the abatements, nothing that had to do with this board, but once they come off abatements, they're going to bring revenue, and it's what's going to be great to the county. We're 25 years behind in our road infrastructure. That money has got to come from somewhere. Our county continues to grow. More traffic, more warehouses being approved, not by this board, but other ones being approved throughout the city and so forth. There's a lot that we stress over to think of what can we do to where we do not have to raise your taxes, because insurance, please just give me a moment, the insurance on the sheriff's office goes up $2 million. We got air systems going out throughout the county. We're having to repair the roof here on the courthouse, millions of dollars. And that money has to come from somewhere. And so we try our best to sit there and be open-minded to think, where can that money come from so we don't have to raise your taxes? Not saying, now, quit with the negativity. It's already been denied. But I'm just wanting to explain to you a lot that we have to go through up here trying to make sure that this county is the best. It is not the easiest thing to sit in this seat. I will tell you that. And I will tell you, I did not have gray hair 3 years ago. But we listen and we do the best that we can. We know, we know, regardless of whatever, we're going to make somebody mad. One way or another, one side's going to lose and somebody's going to be mad. But we sit and we pray. I know at least I pray about it, and I believe my fellow commissioners do as well. And we just do the best and make the best decision we can for the county. But just please keep that in mind, that they wish to sell. So something's coming. But with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Do you have any other remarks? Okay, with that being said, for every yes, there is a no. But I want to say this, that I appreciate everyone, once we brought it to your attention, to please stay within the guidelines of decorum, and you did that as best as possible. And I appreciate that. Certainly, it is tough sitting here. We're listening just like you are. We're listening. I'm trying to take it in so I can process. And I really appreciate your patience with us while we listen, but it's tough sitting here and hearing all the mockery and the just, things that I'm thinking that just really in my mind, I'm surprised. Because Douglas County, we're better than that, and we're listening. We hear you. We hear you. The heckling and the clapping and all the noise. I hear you. We hear you loud and clear. Okay, so I guess I've worked in surgery, so we're real quiet there, but we hear you. We're processing. With that being said, we have a motion and a second on the floor for denial. We have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor of a denial, please indicate by raising your right hand. Commissioner Mitchell, where are you? Commissioner Mitchell?
I'm not for denial.
He's not for denial. Okay. So you're not for denial. We have a 4-1 vote and the motion carries for denial. I yield the floor back to you.
So, Mr. Chairman, we still need to please take up the rezoning and the special use permit, if we could have a motion on those items,
if
please.
y'all would stand by with us just a minute, we need to clean this up. Planning and Zoning Board, I need a motion on Z 2026-56, the rezoning request.
This is Melissa Polk. I make a motion to deny agenda item Z 2026-56.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Point of
order.
Point of order. It's actually 5-7 on my paperwork. Is that correct?
Zoning is 5-6. Special use permit is 5-7.
Go ahead.
Second. Okay. I have a motion. I have a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of denying Z 2026-56, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous, Madam Chairman. Z 2026-56 comes to the board with a recommendation for denial unanimously.
Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to deny Z 2026-56.
Second.
We have a motion in 2 seconds. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of denial, please indicate by raising your right hand. Commissioner Mitchell, where are you?
I didn't raise my hand.
I get it. I can't see your hand. Thank you. 4-1, and the motion passes for denial. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you very much. Now, Planning and Zoning Board, I need a motion on the special use permit Z 2026-57. Do I have a motion?
This is Melissa Polk. I'd like to make a motion to deny agenda item S as in Sam 2026-57.
I have a motion, and do I have a second?
Or Curry, second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of denial of Z 2026-57, signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chairman, Z 2026-57, S 2026-57 comes to you with a recommendation for denial.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to deny S 2026-57.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of denial, please indicate by raising your right hand. Commissioner Mitchell, I know you are, where you?
That's enough.
Okay, no. We have a 4-1 vote, and the motion carries for denial. I'll yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. That concludes that. Next agenda item. We might want to take a pause and let folks leave that are not involved in the rest of the meeting.
Thank you all so much for listening.
Thank you very much for attending.
sir. Our next agenda items are items Z2026-41 and S2026-42. This is a request for a rezoning for residential low density to general commercial and a special use permit for a convenience store without gas pumps at 14750 Veterans Memorial Highway. The lots are 0.82 acres together. This is in Commission District number 4. So 14750 Veterans Memorial Highway has a structure. It's about 1,836 square feet. The property at 14750 is 0.19 acres, and then the property next to it is a parcel without an address, 0.63 acres. It's separated with the remainder of the property by the Norfolk Southern Railroad, so it's non-contiguous. The applicant's proposing to use the existing structure as a convenience store and use the property next door, rezoning it to commercial for the parking and then septic tank infrastructure. You all saw the case previously in July of last year. The applicants proposed only to outfit the existing site at 14750 Veterans Memorial Highway with no modifications to address septic or parking. So the inclusion of that additional parcel is for the septic and parking concerns. The proposed use doesn't involve the siding and gas pumps. It's similar to a small-scale retail operation. The site plan's been reviewed by the Development Review Committee once as a preliminary concept design, so additional work needs to be done, but they've at least heard our comments and have addressed a little bit of them. The sites are physically separated by established single-family detached residential uses by Norfolk Southern Railroad. It's better illustrated by this picture. You can see the parcel is non-contiguous across the railroad. And so the subject site plan is here. They're using the property next door for the parking and the septic considerations. Staff's recommending approval of the rezoning request based upon the following findings. Number 1, the rezoning will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code. Number 2, the rezoning will not adversely affect public health, safety, or welfare. And number 3, the use of the site as ancillary parking and septic tank infrastructure area for the abutting site at 14750 Veterans Memorial Highway is appropriate given the limited viability of the site. Staff's recommending approval with conditions of the special use permit based upon the following findings. Number 1, the use will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code. Number 2, the use will not adversely affect public health, safety, or welfare. Number 3, if the existing deficiencies of the site are addressed through the Development Review Committee process, a land disturbance permit obtained, and improvements completed, the use would represent orderly development of commercial use. Staff's recommending the following conditions on the special use permit. Number 1, the portion of 2770 Tyson Road, which is the non-contiguous piece, intended to be used by the applicant must be formally split and recombined with the property at 14750 Veterans Memorial Highway through an approval of the subdivision plat and deed execution appropriately titled and referenced prior to the issuance of a land disturbance permit. Number 2, the applicant must receive a land disturbance permit within 12 months of this date of approval, if approved, July 7th, 2027. All agency impact statements included as part of the staff report shall be adhered in addition to any other requirements of the Development Review Committee. At the 1-year mark from approval, staff will conduct a routine site visit and coordinate with DRC about the status of land disturbance permit approval, and if a land disturbance permit has not been approved, staff may return the application for a show cause hearing to rescind the special use permit. Number 3, the applicant shall install a 5-foot sidewalk with a 4-foot solid median along the entire property frontage of Tyson and Tyson Road, Veterans Memorial Highway, or make payment to the Douglas County Sidewalk Fund in lieu of the sidewalk installation. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cronin. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant or the applicant's agent, please approach the podium. You have 2 minutes per person. Is the applicant or the applicant's representative present? You would approach the podium. I have a question for you, please. You've heard the conditions that were read into the record. Are you in agreement with those conditions, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Any comment you'd like to make?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No one else wishing to speak in favor of this, I will close the public hearing there and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please approach the podium. Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of the applicant or of staff? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, I'll throw it to the Board of Commissioners. Any questions you may have of the applicant or of the staff?
Okay, Board of Commissioners, do you have any questions of the applicant or staff?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair, you have the floor.
It's going to be for staff.
Yes, sir.
So just refresh my memory. So this is the little building, but they didn't have enough last time in regards to that extra additional parcel for the septic tank or also for the required parking?
Yes, sir. So what you see on the site plan there represents kind of a path forward that we worked out between the last meeting and this meeting. So acquiring that additional sliver of a property gives them enough flexibility to work with our DOT on the parking concerns and access to the property, and to work with our environmental health department on the septic tank.
Okay, all right. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other concerns? Okay. I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Wait just 1 second. Okay, Commissioner Kenner Jones, you have the floor.
My question's for the applicant.
Yes, madam.
Are you already operating a convenience store at this location?
No.
And what type of foods and products will you be selling in the convenience store?
We're not gonna sell a food, preparing food, but packaged food we're gonna sell it. So it's only gonna be a packaged food.
Madam Chair, you're back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you very much, Planning and Zoning Board. You've heard the discussion and the questions. Do I have a motion on, we have two items on the zoning, Z 2026-41.
Brandon Penham, I make a motion to approve application Z 2026-41.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on the zoning? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the request, Z 2026-41, the zoning, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. All opposed? Thank you. Madam Chairman, Z 2026-41 comes to the board with a recommendation, excuse me, for approval.
Okay. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Z 2026-41.
Second.
We have a motion and a second in the discussion board. We have a motion and second. All in favor for approval, please indicate by raising your right hand. All opposed? Okay.
He said approved.
He said approved. 4-1 vote, and the motion carries.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Planning and Zoning Board, I need a motion on the special use permit for a convenience store without gas pumps, ZS 2026-42.
Brandon Penham, I make a motion to approve application S 2026-42.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving S 2026-42, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, S 2026-42 comes to the board with a recommendation for approval.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve S 2026-42.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? Commissioner Kenner Jones, you have the floor.
I just would like to put on the record, I think that Douglas County has an overwhelming number of convenience stores, prepackaged locations, and not enough stores that have food that provides appropriate sustenance to help us get our healthcare rating up to where it needs to be to have healthy children, healthy adults, to stop some of the issues that we already have occurring. And like the gentleman said during public comment on one of the previous things, it's how much duplication of the same thing do we need as a county? And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Kenner Jones. Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor of approval, please indicate by raising your right hand. All opposed? Okay, Commissioner Mitchell, I'm assuming, I didn't hear you, Commissioner Mitchell.
Approved.
Okay, so it's 4-1 vote and the motion carries. Okay?
Thank you very much. Good luck to you. Next agenda item, please. Mr. Corona.
Yes, sir. Our next agenda items are Z 2026-47 and S 2026-48. This is a request for a rezoning from general commercial to heavy commercial and a special use permit to allow a convenience store with fuel pumps at 10603 Veterans Memorial Highway in Lithia Springs. This is in Commission District Number 1. The existing multi-tenant building, it was constructed in 1948. There are no active occupational tax certificates or business licenses issued for the site. There are no dedicated resources. And that's what's encouraged along this corridor, especially because of the history with Veterans Memorial Highway and the GDOT plan. So if the site were successfully repurposed, it may catalyze other sites to do the same. And as you can see on the aerial, it fronts 3 roads, South Sweetwater, Veterans, and Florence Drive as well. And the convenience store would be at the very end where the current tire store, or previous tire store, used to be, with multi-tenant spaces. GDOT's requesting rear angle parking along the frontage on Highway 78. Vehicles will be approaching at the signalized intersection of Highway 78 and South Sweetwater, and they should be slowing in anticipation of the intersection. Backup cameras have been required in vehicles since around 2018. It assists in areas where the rear angle parking is required. Douglas County DOT and Georgia Department of Transportation continue to collaborate about the final parking location, signage, striping, all of those things. The applicant has provided some renderings of what the property may look like if this is approved. So it would be a reskinning of the building and updating of the facade with brick exterior and the canopy at the very end on South Sweetwater. Staff's recommending approval with condition of the rezoning and the special use permit request based upon the following findings. Number 1, the rezoning will not impair the comprehensive plan, the intent of the comprehensive plan. Number 2, the use will not impair the intent of the Unified Development Code, provided that the existing building is adaptively reused. Number 3, the rezoning and use will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. Staff's recommending the following condition. Number 1, the site plan and elevation submitted as part of the zoning application shall be binding to any exterior modification proposed on the site or any modification to the existing structure on the site. Any deviation from the submitted elevation package or the site plan would require re-review and consideration before the Board of Commissioners. The Director of Development Services has discretion to determine if, where, in instances of minor modification, the change will not impair the intent of the approval and would not deviate substantially from the elevation package submitted. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cronin. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant or the property owner, please approach the podium. Have 2 minutes per person for allocated time of 15 minutes. You'd state your name and address for the record in 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Marissa Bridges, 130 East Main Street, Suite 220, Canton, Georgia, 30115. I'm here to represent the developer in this. We are trying to go for a classic old town feel where we are keeping the existing building, refurbishing the exterior. As he had mentioned, the end cap would then be removed. The tire store also had a canopy to begin with, but that canopy would then be replaced with the addition of 2 fuel pumps, again located at that end cap area. The lights on this area will be night sky compliant, then to be able to shield away from any of the residential neighbors or any of the other commercial developments around this area. We will have GDOT review and approval. As discussed, that I know the county and GDOT's already been in discussions, and we've already had pre-applications with meetings with them also. Again, the feel that we want is community orientated with sit-down restaurants, a coffee shop, where there's other pulls into the area where it's not just the focus on the convenience store, but it's also the other tenants with possible spaces for availability in this infrastructure. Ali, for any questions?
The only thing I have, do you heard the condition that was read in? Are you in agreement with the condition?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. If
Right,
you
thank
would
you.
stand by, we may have some questions. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? You have 2 minutes per person for allocated time of 15 minutes. If you would state your name and address for the record, and then 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Roach. I live on Plantation Drive in Lithia Springs. And my concern, very simply, the area in which we're talking about, and it was only put up there for a split second. Is there any way to put that picture back up? That's my first question. My second concern is, while we do need redevelopment, and I do think that it is a good idea to have more of a small town feel there in Lithia Springs, the current building is dilapidated, it's actually falling down. My concern though is another convenience store, another gas station. That is my concern, because we have gas stations, a block away. If we were doing a restaurant, if we were doing some other kind of business there to enhance that feel, great. But when we have gas stations, people tend to loiter. It just becomes a more, for lack of a better term, a ragged looking corner. That don't want that. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next person, please, name and address.
My name is Brandy Rampley, 6965 Shannon Drive in Lithia Springs. I live off of Old Beulah, if you're familiar with the area. We have approximately 4 gas stations less than a mile from where this one is proposed. We have also a 5th one that is 1.2 miles from that location. We have this location here, which is a very thin parcel already. The county, I believe, came in and just put a big cement median kind of on the curb to keep people from going into the parking lot there. This intersection is not a good intersection already. We do not have turn signals from South Sweetwater side or from Hiram Lithia Springs side. We do have 18-wheelers that come from both of those sides. We have dump trucks, so they're not staying to just Veterans Memorial. We also have the traffic there when I-20 backs up, that they come zooming in and out of there. We also think about the children during school time. The other side road is Florence Drive. That goes to Lithia Springs Elementary School and to Turner Middle School. There are buses and parents that come in and out Florence Drive, trying to get into traffic or to get into the school. We also have a gas station. Let's see, I'm sorry, I already said that. We have 4 gas stations that are going in each direction. There's actually 2 by Old Beulah, where near I live, that are 0.5 miles. So this is an overabundance and a saturation of gas stations right in that area, I do believe. It would not be bringing anything, and as the nice lady said, yes, this is a dilapidated building. Yes, the canopies are falling down, but this is not the way to get that to better the building. Let's think of another use for it, and let's think of something that would be better for the community instead of just another gas station. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next person, name and address for the record in 2 minutes.
Hey, my name is Matthew Hendren. I live at Ansley Boulevard in Lithia Springs, Georgia. Just first, I would like to respectfully, Mr. Alcaraz, I understand that it is hard to sit in conflict and deal with the things that y'all deal with, but it is your job and you signed up for this. So thank you for doing your job, but you need to keep sitting in the discomfort and keep showing up for us. I would like to parrot everything that has been said already about this particular project. We don't need just another gas station. It's not even just a mile, it's a quarter of a mile. There are 4 other gas stations, and within 150 feet, there's a convenience store called Dollar General. Within another 300 feet, there's another convenience store called Family Dollar. We don't need it. We just don't. We look at that intersection every single day, my wife and I and our kid, and yes, it is dilapidated. Yes, the applicant has said, oh, we want to spruce up the downtown area. Maybe there's room for shops and little stores and all that. pick a side. You can either have a gas station or want to spruce up a little downtown area. It doesn't coincide and go to the same. It's not the 60s anymore. There's a gas station if y'all want to approve a gas station, and if your plan for business is to be a gas station, there is one right down off of the exit on Lee Road on the other side, which was a formerly existing gas station that already has the wells drilled. It already has the foundation to be a gas station. There's just no longer a building there. If you want to be a gas station, go there. Give them incentive to build there. If you want to be a storefront and build for the community, then do that. But you can't have it both ways. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next person, name and address in 2 minutes.
Lori Hollingsworth. I live on Forest Drive, which is Union Grove in South Sweetwater and Ben Hill. I drive this intersection probably 100 times a week. I sit through the light because there is no turn light there. There is a side road coming off with people sometimes when I'm coming from the library. We sit there 5 or 6 times through this light. It shocks me. I'm not going to mention all the gas stations that y'all heard it. They're there. The convenience stores are there. The intersection is dangerous. I can't come across the tracks sometimes because there are people coming from that side road blocking where you can't come across. There is no turn section to safely turn. People run that red light all the time. The semi trucks, the huge commercial trucks come all the time. The road is not in the best condition. It is unsafe to live there in this community. I've lived in my current house for 4 years, and I've been a Douglas County resident for 25. And it is shocking to me that our zoning committee would approve another gas station, convenience store at such a dangerous intersection. Yes, we need a small town feel. Our downtown is sad. When you drive down through the little towns of Georgia and you see them and you see the small towns that are nice and that are developed and have the little shops and have the little, things where people can park safely and walk and go out. We don't need a convenience store. We do not need a gas station. And we need that intersection to be the focus of this council so my child and I are safe and not in a head-on collision or not getting hit because there's not a turn light there. School buses wait 7 or 8 times to go through the light from our schools. Our children of our community, the future of our community, is sitting at that intersection on a school bus. No air conditioner on a school bus. That's, okay. But they're sitting there and they're not safe because it is not safe to make that turn. And it is not safe to go through that intersection. And we do not need a gas station there. It needs to be redeveloped, and the intersection needs to be redeveloped for the safety of our community.
Thank you very much for your comment. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, you have heard the, I'm sorry. Let me turn it over to y'all for questions that you may have, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you have any questions regarding this intersection? 1 minute, I'm trying to see.
I believe the Planning and Zoning Board should perhaps
goes
give the
first.
opportunity to ask questions
It's
and
been a
answers,
tough
and then we
night.
go to Board of Commissioners. Again, thank you for doing an excellent job in keeping. the
Okay, Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of staff or of the applicant? And I have a question for DOT. Bruce? Before y'all get y'all's shot. Could you talk to me about that intersection and how adding 2 gas pumps right there is going to affect the egress and the regress on that section, please?
I will, to the best of my ability. As it's shown, there's 2 gas pumps on the eastern side of the building. There's appears to be entrance only from veterans that will turn right into the gas pumps or into that eastern side of the building. I will state that the county already has a project, a widening project, Lee Road widening that expands into South Sweetwater that will actually expand all the way to the intersection at Veterans. At the intersection, there will be a concrete median separating the north and southbound traffic. So there will be no northbound left turns into this particular dwelling. You would have to turn left on Veterans and then turn left and come through Florence to access that. That's kind of a targeted for a 2029 completion date, but that's what we're looking at for road improvements at the moment. And I will go ahead and just add, we heard some questions about the safety and the difficulties of getting through the intersection. The one thing that hinders us there is the railroad tracks is not that wide. And until we get the railroad to buy in to widen that area, we cannot add any additional lanes for the southbound movement from north Sweetwater to south Sweetwater.
Now, is that, on that design, does that take into consideration your expansion?
It will, yes.
It will, so
yes.
you won't need to take any of that property if
No,
this
we've
is
already-
approved.
We've seen this property in DRC 2 or 3 times and are making some provisions for the county's project, and we've worked out a dimension that would be needed, and we have sent that to the engineer stating that's a requirement.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else have any questions for Bruce? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board?
I got a question for the applicant. Was there any traffic study done on how much traffic the gas station would produce?
Yeah, there is a traffic study and was provided during our DRC meeting, and it was also provided to staff during the submittal process.
Okay, do you have any knowledge on that? Or?
The traffic count, I believe, I would have to look at the report again, I do apologize for that, but it would be essentially almost the same, especially with the scenario of the concrete median being in the eastern side, that we've already taken provision to that it is represented on the site plan, so that it will also then be a restricted movement into the development from that area. Also then working with the DOT with the rear movement coming in, we've worked with them specifically on that, and also with Bruce with knowing that rear movement would be provided. And then on the western side on Florence Drive, that would be along the existing concrete apron that's already provided there for the entrance, and that would just be improved with the curbing and gutter and additional asphalt for the repaving on that entrance right there.
Okay, so when you consider your neighbors, when you consider the people that this impacts and can be a benefit for, has there been any consideration for the facelift side and the restoration of the lots, but not adding the gas station portion? Because it seems that that's the biggest struggle. The desire for the people is a facelift and something to look nicer, but the concern is the redundancy of convenience store and the redundancy of the gas station portion. So has there been any consideration by your client or yourself to consider doing this project without the gas station addition?
Right now, our consensus is with the gas station with provision of only providing 2 pumps. I know that several of the public have spoken about the gas stations within the area, but gas stations in this area, I think, is a little over 1.2 miles. There are about 4 gas stations, but those gas stations do have a numerous amount of pumps, a lot more than the 4-pump scenario. I believe 3 of the 4, when I was looking at it, don't have any other available tenant options than to be able to provide different services to the community and different services to the public, say a flower shop, a coffee shop, or anything of that scenario. So those other gas stations don't have that possibility for that extra tenant space for then it to be occupied.
So if we were to encourage you to get more creative with the gas station space, would that be something that your client would consider?
In regards to eliminating it entirely,
Yes,
or
and finding some type of other occupancy at that far corner.
right now, the intention is for the gasoline station on that end cap with the 2 additional pumps, again, revitalizing the area. And then I don't know if the landscape plan is on the PowerPoint, but there will also be up to the landscape ordinance and requirements of trees provisions, any type of other additional buffer and screening that does have to be provided. So there is a landscape consideration also into that area.
So ultimately, you don't think there will be any consideration of a change if we were to defer this, that your client probably wouldn't be up to?
Oh, I can definitely bring it to them. That is a definite possibility of
Okay.
something that I can bring an option to, if that is what staff recommendation is, that I can definitely, source that out and see what their input is on that.
Yeah, because it seems like that's the biggest struggle. Other than that, I yield. Thank you. Allison? Yeah.
Just to give you a little background on this project, the first time it came to us, the owner did want to just completely scrape the site and build a more traditional gas station, right? And so the staff recommendation on that would have been to deny outright. As we kind of take a, let me go, which way is this, right? So as we kind of look at the sort of what we're dealing with here, just kind of want to point out, we've worked really hard to figure out what could we do on a property that basically predates all of our modern zoning requirements, right? As Austin said, this was built, I think, 1948, if I'm correct about that, right? So Douglas County didn't start zoning until 1954. And so when we looked at options for site redevelopment, the thing that makes it really tricky is you have the 3 roads, right? So you have the state highway and then you have the 2 roads. So when you start looking at our modern setbacks and things like that, it takes so much of the property to be able to redevelop anything that staff encouraged the developer to, hey, look at using what you have already. And so that's where we kind of came up with the design that focuses on extending the canopy. So the existing canopy that's there will be removed. The new canopy will be shorter than the existing canopy, and it will have 2 fuel pumps primarily to just drive traffic to the convenience store, right? And so then to just underscore, I also want to go back to the site plan, and I'm sorry that Austin probably knows this better than I do in terms of which way I should go. But we are preserving the 6 leasable spaces, or the owner is preserving the 6 leasable spaces that are already there, right? So I hear the point on the gas station, and I just wanted to supplement that with the information that when the owner tried to build a traditional gas station or design a traditional gas station on this property, it just wasn't going to work. And I think that given the fact that we have an older building in a more densely developed area, working with what we have gives us a pretty good option for redeveloping on this site, even if it does include the 2 fuel pumps. So, sorry, just to clarify. Thank you.
Are you no further questions?
Any other questions?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. You mentioned that a coffee shop or some other type of, like a restaurant, or do you have anyone that has approached you regarding those running that space?
Letter of intents, I'm not aware of any specific letter of intents, but I know that he has been actively marketing the area to see what can be brought in. So as for letters of intents that have been signed, I'm not aware of any at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Hearing none, Madam Chairman, this time I'll give it to the Board of Commissioners for your question.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions at this time? Commissioner Kenneth Jones, you have the floor.
This question is for staff. So when you're talking about the gas station, is it just that they actually need gas pumps, or were they opposed to having a business come in that is willing to use some of the infrastructure that currently exists, but it is not actually a gas station?
Right, so I think the answer to your question is both. The person who acquired the property acquired it with the intent of building a gas station on the property. And as they were working through the design review process, it became clear, right, not only that they weren't going to get a favorable staff recommendation for that, but also just the site constraints made it very hard to redevelop it for a gas station or, quite frankly, anything else. So that was where we engaged in a conversation to say, well, what happens if we kind of split the difference, if we look at maintaining the existing building footprint, which has multiple leasable spaces in it, and then, again, my understanding is they are looking for the 2 gas pumps to drive traffic to the convenience store, because ultimately that's their industry, that's the business that they're in.
When you say hard to develop for anything else, is that a constraint because of the available parking, because of the location?
It's a constraint because of the parcel, essentially, because you have US 78, which is going to require a certain setback, as well as South Sweetwater and Florence Drive. So that essentially narrows that building envelope significantly. And then when you factor in, parking, buffering, landscape, and setbacks, to redevelop anything substantively on this property, you would have to grant so many variances that essentially you're kind of back to the existing building footprint that we have already. So again, I think as Austin said in his staff recommendation, we struggle with the fact that GDOT put a plan out there 20 years ago that said they were going to widen US 78, and that hasn't come to fruition. As Bruce had said, we struggle with the fact that it's so close to the right-of-way of the railroad, and that limits our ability to redesign.
So is it that the business is opposed to developing in the current square footage, or is that staff did not recommend to develop in the current square footage? And I'm asking these questions because I'm thinking about businesses like in Houston, Texas, they have 8 Row Flint. It's in a 1950s style gas station that has 2 pumps, a little overhang, but it's a wine and tap bar. So they're not actually having people that are coming there to get gas or go to a convenience store, but they still have the same space constraints.
So again, I think on here, if I understand your question correctly, that is what you're getting with this. You are getting space where you could put, you know, the types of commercial uses in that I think would be desirable for a small downtown.
I'm saying though, as opposed to there being a convenience store, in the space where the convenience store and gas pumps are they opposed to doing anything else? And are the constraints you're talking about that space cannot be used for something else? Or that's just not what they prefer to do in that space?
Well, so again, my feedback on this property would be that if you would like to defer to August 4th, we could get further clarification from the applicant. The owner, or I guess the owner of the applicant, their industry is gas stores, right? Gas stations with convenience stores. They were willing to work with us on using the existing building footprint. In terms of whether or not they would be willing to do something else that is not including a convenience store or gas pump, I wouldn't be able to speak to that, but would say that we have looked at it from multiple angles, and we do have a very difficult parcel to redevelop given our current standards.
And then for the representative of the applicant, did the applicant have any opportunity to meet with the neighbors or the people that live in this general area? And if so, what was their feedback?
Well, I know I attended the public participation meeting where I know it was posted for people to be able to come and have feedback. I have not personally or known of anyone going around and speaking with the direct neighbors, but at that public participation meeting, there was not anyone that came and did speak with me at that time, where I was ready to, speak any questions that were presented to me at that time.
And are you opposed to a deferral, or would you rather have a decision this evening?
I'm not opposed to deferral, at this point, so we can regroup, and then we can definitely take other staff in board consideration into account.
Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other remarks or questions? Commissioner Baxter?
All right, thank you. So the first one is for staff. As in regards to code and code enforcement, tell us a little bit, because I'm hearing about the current condition. What are some of the issues from a code enforcement perspective that's currently in place for this particular location?
So if your question is, are there any active code violations? I don't know that there are any active code violations on this property. We did not receive that impact back from code enforcement that there was any active violations.
Okay, so no active violations for the property, okay. And then this is for the applicant's representative. And I think you're getting a sense in regards to thinking outside the box, outside of a traditional or outside of gas station. What other types of businesses, even outside of that particular end cap, if you will, would you think or is being thought through to have come in or to go out and to have conversations to attract to this particular site?
So are you saying specifically for the NCAP scenario with not doing a gas station
Right.
with fuel service? Again, that is me representing them. That is the industry that I'm in to represent. We have been very cognizant working with staff. We actually did a complete design to show staff about a year and a half ago where it was just going to be just for the convenience store. But that's with staff recommendation and input, and then communicating with all the departments that were needed. It was the best feel to keep the existing building the way it is, incorporating with the fuel pumps and the gas scenario that we do need for the industry that we're representing. But again, it's going to have that more of that old town look, old town pump feel, where there are only the 2 fuel service areas, where it's not like one of the larger gas stations where you just got to see a fuel pumps like a Buc-ee's or the larger QTs or anything like that. It is more of a very intimate scenario where there are only the 2 fuel service pumps, MPDs, in those areas for that. So again, the end cap scenario with the convenience store fuel sales is, one of the items that we were wanting to go forward with. So I'm sorry if that doesn't answer your question specifically, but we have, put a lot of thought into it, a lot of consideration, utilizing the existing building footprint, not demoing the building, and just using the existing area that we do have. But again, incorporating the 2 MPDs, the fuel pumps at the end.
All right. Well, let me ask this then. With 2 new fuel pumps, what type of new jobs would be created?
Generally, with the staff, there's anywhere from 3 to possibly 4 staff at the highest scenario. But generally, it is the 2-person staff that's able to sustain that business itself. Again, that is just for the convenience store, but also any other tenant that is then brought in that is there will also then have the additional staff, additional jobs for the local community in that area.
Okay, so you said about 3 to 4 for what
Yes,
we're
maximum staff,
Maximum
staff,
3
that
to
is
4.
correct. But generally, it'll be about 2 employees that would be there present.
Okay, and then with that, what is the economic development forecast that is being projected, if you have any, or if you're running?
I don't have any input on the economical forecast for that area and for that
No, I'm
convenience
saying
store type.
for this particular site, if approved with 2 gas pumps.
I don't have any of the information for the economic, actually, input that's going to be there for the convenience store for itself, and any deferment of, what was there currently or before, which was the tire shop. So I don't have any of the, impact information for the different uses right there. I apologize.
Okay, no worries. All right, and I think you heard future development on the construction of the widening with the barrier or the center.
Yes, and that would be on that eastern lane. So we do have that on the site plan in consideration where we did receive it from Bruce. So we kind of indoctrinated that plan for that area right there for that concrete median barrier.
Okay, because I'm just thinking as far as even getting and turning into there, there's really, I'm looking at maybe 1 or 2 ways to turn into the pumps.
Yes, with that definite concrete median, it does restrict that movement coming from that side road.
Right.
So that would be a right in, right out entrance coming on that side. And again, coming from Veterans Memorial, that would also be then a right in scenario coming in to be able to access those fuel pumps.
Yeah. Which creates a limit or a barrier. I
That
see.
is correct. It does limit the entry. Right now, it kind of is paved from property line to property line out there.
All right. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, I'll yield the floor back to you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Mitchell, did you have any remarks? I know this is in District 1.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Mitchell did send me a message that it would be his desire to defer. I don't want to preclude him speaking
okay.
if he is to a place where he can address that directly, but
Oh,
he did send me a
oh, he
message
did.
that
Good. Okay.
he would prefer if we deferred this. That would be to the August 4th meeting if it is the will of the board to defer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then I do have a question for DOT, Bruce.
Allison, that would be my request.
Yes, we heard you. I'm just asking about turn signals right now. I understand there was, I heard several times there's no turn signal at that intersection. Are there plans? I know you over traffic operations. Can you add a signal? How difficult would that be?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the citizen was talking about the southbound movement coming from North Sweetwater, traveling south. There is not enough room at this time. It's like 27 feet and some change. Now there's a ongoing traffic signal improvement, small project to add a northbound FYA. It's a flashing yellow arrow in the northbound direction. However, there's already an existing northbound left turn, so there's nothing additional. It's just some traffic signal head improvements. Another citizen mentioned about a concrete barrier that was placed. We had that installed there because there's a new strand pole that will hold up the span for the traffic signals, and we put that barrier there so that large trucks would not hit the traffic pole.
Okay.
But until a time that the railroad comes with a project to widen the gates and expand the gates, there's just not enough room for us to add an additional lane in the southbound direction. The southbound is the issue.
Okay, that's right, thank you. Certainly, Lithia Springs is our firstborn, and that's what I always say when I'm speaking of Lithia Springs, and so, certainly, it sounds like we haven't had any enhancements in that particular quarter since 1948, so it's exciting to hear some good things potentially coming down the pike, and I'm going to certainly yield and certainly honor and respect Commissioner Mitchell, who had just sent a message that he preferred to defer, and I'm going to yield the floor back, but I want to make it clear that Lithia Springs is our firstborn in Douglas County. And I yield the floor back to you,
Thank you
Chairman
very
Simmons.
much, Madam Chairman. You can have a seat. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the discussion. You've heard the request for deferral. What is your desire? Do I have a motion?
It's Brandon Penn. I make a motion to defer application Z 2026-47 and S 2026-48 to the August 4th meeting.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Can we do both of these at the same time for deferral? Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you very much. Planning and Zoning Board, all in favor of deferring Z 2026-47 and S 2026-48 to the August meeting, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, Z 2026-47 and S 2026-48 come to the board with a recommendation for deferral to the August meeting.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons.
August 4th.
August 4th. Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion? And Commissioner Mitchell?
Madam Chair?
Okay. Commissioner Mitchell, you have
If you'll restate that for me as to what the Planning and Zoning Board just stated, that would be my request. I just don't have the information in front of me, so if you'll read that for me, if you will, please.
Okay. And actually, I was going to ask Commissioner Kenner Jones to do it. Can you do it?
That's fine. I don't
know. Okay.
That's fine.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to defer agenda item Z 2026-47 and S 2026-48 to the August 4th Planning and Zoning joint meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. In the discussion board, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of deferral until August 4th meeting, our next meeting, please indicate by raising your right hand.
Yes.
And we have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries for deferral to allow us to go further. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We'll see y'all in August.
Okay.
Next agenda item, please. S 2026-50. I mean Z 2026-50 and S 2026-51.
Yes, sir. So our next agenda items are rezoning for residential agricultural to heavy commercial, CH, and a special use permit for a convenience store with fuel pumps at 4333 and 4289 Post Road in Winston. 2.83 acres are the lot sizes together. This is in Commission District Number 4. The existing convenience store was built in 1963 and is approximately 1,521 square feet. The Georgia Department of Natural Resources Environmental Protection Division has notified staff that there are active violations with the Protection Division for the existing fuel pumps and storage tanks. EPD has issued a notice of violation and conditional waiver of existing violations, provided that the fuel storage tanks are closed and removed by December 20th, 2026. The applicants are proposing to entitle the entire site for a convenience store with fuel pumps. The original convenience store was built in 1963. They intend to demolish the existing convenience store with fuel pumps and redevelop the site for a 2,920 square foot convenience store with fuel pumps. The request contemplates demolition of the existing convenience store and fuel pumps, closure of the existing underground storage tanks, and building a new store with a maximum size of 3,000 square feet. The existing violations are for the underground storage tanks. If approved, the remedy of the violations on the site would be on a separate timeline from the redevelopment of the site, which is a staff concern, and the existing convenience store may be in operation prior to demolition of the existing store and construction of the new store. EPD's conditional waiver of violations appears to anticipate closure of the storage tanks by December 20th of this year. The site will have to be reviewed for compliance by the relevant standards for impervious surface thresholds specified under the Dog River Primary Watershed Protection District and other site-specific design items. Staff's main concern is with two different timelines for redevelopment of the existing site and remedy of the existing violations. The applicant has been working with EPD at this time. The two sites are outlined here on the aerial. The existing convenience store is to the south, and then the additional parcel is to the north. The redevelopment plan calls for a 2,920 square foot convenience store with fuel pumps. Staff's recommending approval with conditions of the rezoning of the special use permit based upon the following findings. Number one, the use would not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare, provided that all outstanding violations are addressed within a specified timeline. Number two, the redevelopment of the site would not impair the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code. Staff's recommending the following conditions. Number one, the applicant must produce proof of no outstanding violations prior to the renewal or approval of new occupational tax certificates for the property at 4333 Post Road, current address. Number two, the existing violations as outlined by the Georgia Department of Natural Resources Environmental Protection Division must be remedied by December 20th, 2026. If the outstanding violations are not remedied at that time, staff will present the rezoning and special use permit before the Board of Commissioners as a show cause hearing. And that concludes my presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Cronin. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant or the applicant's representative, you have 2 minutes per person for allocated time of 15 minutes. Name and address for the record, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Chuck Connolly. I represent the applicant in this matter, and my business address is 402 Noonan Street in Carrollton. I have other representatives of the applicant here in case there are any questions for them, and I also have our civil engineer, Kevin Bell, with us tonight in case there are any questions as it relates to the engineering for the site. As Austin mentioned, the property at issue consists of 2 parcels located at 4333 Post Road and 4289 Post Road. Total acreage is 2.3 acres. There is an existing convenience store on one of the parcels, which has been there since 1963. Simply put, the plan is to demolish the existing convenience store and replace it with a brand new store. The specific request is to rezone the property from RA to CH, along with a request for a special use permit to allow the store. You guys, I don't have to tell you, have great staff here. They have prepared an extensive and detailed analysis of our application, which hopefully you've had an opportunity to review. They have recommended approval of our application with conditions, and Mr. Chairman, we are fine with those conditions.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I don't really have a lot to add to the staff's analysis. The only issue that I'm aware of that seems to have come up is the issue with the existing underground storage tanks on the property. So I just want to spend a minute addressing that. And please keep in mind that this is an old convenience store that dates back to 1963. And so most of these issues with the underground storage tanks predate my client's purchase of the property. They only bought the property in 2024. There have been some notices of violation from Georgia EPD relating primarily to testing, record keeping, and reporting as it relates to the tanks. We're not aware of any actual environmental impacts, but in terms of compliance with regulations. We have worked to address those violations. I believe that work has now been completed. But most importantly, as staff mentioned, if our application is approved, those tanks are going to be replaced with brand new tanks and brand new state-of-the-art equipment.
Okay. That's your 2 minutes. Stand by. We'll have some questions.
Okay, all right, because I do want to make sure
Yes, sir.
that we're clear as it relates to the tanks, and new tanks have already been ordered and all of that kind of stuff.
Okay, we'll be back there in just a second.
I do believe there are other people.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? State your name and address in 2 minutes, sir.
My name's David Steldenpoe. I live at 8565 Jenkins Road. And I just want to say that I'm for the store, because that store, like the gentleman said, it's an old store. There's no parking there. We need more parking. It needs to expand, because these guys do an excellent job with it. It's not just another convenience store, because it's the service that these guys provide that has made this store exceptional. So I'm just saying we need it. So, and that's it. That's all I got. So,
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Next person, name and address, 2 minutes.
My name's Monica Thornton. My address is 8361 Louisville Drive in Winston, Georgia. This gas station is about a half a mile from my house. We've heard people talk about not wanting new gas stations and talking about having 4 and 5 gas stations within a mile. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that Post Road from the Shell station to Pops is about 6 or 7 miles. And the midget market, this property, is probably about a third of the way between. I've been here for 16 years. We relocated from Cleveland, Ohio. To have progress, you have to have change. All 3 gas stations are unsightly, no offense. All 3 gas stations should probably all be demolished. They're unsightly. The only improvements that have happened in 16 years has been bulletproof glass at the Shell station, some paving done at Pops, and I've witnessed the ownership change at the Shell station and the Midget Market at least twice since I've lived here. My husband has been a youth sports coach. I have done fundraising for Winston Ballpark, Bill Arp, Mason Creek Middle School, Mason Creek Elementary School, and Alexander High School. We have 4 kids in the Douglas County school system. I have gone to the Shell station and been told no, they don't want to help. I have gone to Pops, they don't want to help. After the Midget Market was sold to the new owners, they hands down said yes immediately. They have given money to multiple sports teams in the county, and they actively engage with everyone. And to speak to the last person that was speaking, it is the service they give. They're friendly, they're inviting, and they want to make things better. So I absolutely think that you should move forward in approving this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next person, name and address, 2 minutes.
Jonathan Davidson. I live on Moccasin Lake, right beside it. I go there pretty regularly. Like they've all said, they're very nice. Yes, they're very welcoming. I think it would be a great thing to just redo the whole thing. Like they've said, it's old, it's falling apart, in some places. And also, as far as, making it bigger, putting in more lights, doing all the things, I think it would be better from a safety standpoint as well. I think it would be very good. And I've talked to the owners, they're talking about, cooking food and doing stuff to that aspect as well. So I think it would be great all the way around. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next person.
Yes, my name is Jessica Davidson. That was my husband. I also live on Moccasin Lake, directly beside this gas station. I just want to again agree with everyone that has said nothing but good things about these owners. It is just really outstanding, the kindness that they show and the friendliness. And I also want to say that I do agree that they do have vision, and not just for a gas station, but just bigger ideas, better ideas that would benefit the people that live around in that area. That's all.
Thank you for your comments. Next person, please. Name and address in 2 minutes.
Hello, my name's Billy Spees. I live about 200 yards from the store on Daniel Drive in Winston. Been in Winston almost my entire life. I remember walking to the store when I was 10 years old, and it's about time that this old store, it's 60-something years old, needs to be torn down and a new pretty one in its place. And the people that have spoken before about the new owners, when they bought it a couple years ago, they new paved drive in the parking lot, and they did many improvements. And this is a good group. I've known the last 3 owners, and this is the best group for sure. And I 100% support this change. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please approach the podium. Name and address for the record, then you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Tina Chen. I reside at 4288 Post Road, Winston, Georgia, across the street from the subject properties. I'd like to thank you for your time and your service to our community and enabling us to speak. I submitted a letter of opposition prior to the staff recommendations with some supporting documentation, but I did not see it posted, so I brought a copy of same and handed it in. I'd like to reiterate my concerns, most specifically the environmental protection violations spanning back to 2017. In preparation for this hearing, I did do a public information request, and I received all the records, and I was shocked to find that the last time that this place was in compliance was reported in 2014, and that is also included in the packet. The property is under half a mile away from Barnett Lake that flows into Dog River, that we've spoken about many times tonight. The length of the documented leaks from 2017 to the present, almost 10 years, and lack of required reporting submitted from 2014 increased the likelihood of substantial contamination. The most concerning thing is the fact that the applicant owner of the gas station for Midget Market has had control over the same property since May 2024, almost 2 years, and has failed to submit any required paperwork from 2024 to the present, demonstrating a lack of knowledge to operate a gas station of its current size safely, let alone expand the operation. The family of the gas station owns another one that they recently renovated, formerly known as J Shop Bet, and now is open country Sunoco, close to their home residence in Carrollton. If anything, I hope that this exercise provides them with the information needed not only to be a good neighbor to our community, but to their neighbors in Carrollton. Lastly, the property at its current location leaves the lights on at night at the advice of the police department due to no security cameras and multiple incidents. And we've already heard about Shell, which is only 2.5 miles down the road, having to install some bulletproof glass. The light intrudes into my neighbor's property at 4291 Post Road and all throughout the year, and during the cooler months when the trees lose their leaves, it goes into my property as well. Putting the gas station directly across from me would only increase that. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next person, please. Name and address in 2 minutes.
Sabina Kelly, Box 536, Winston, Georgia. I'm right off of 166 and not just go down Liberty Road, but Post Road also. My concern is the historical building on next door to the Midget Market. It says courthouse. I don't know if it ever was like an old courthouse or whatever, but if it's historical, I'd like to keep it instead of just tearing it down. And since I don't live there, I'm not sure. Everything that was said sounds really good on both sides. So I just want to say that I'm also concerned about the fact that people are still saying that they moved to Douglas County for the rural area. And since we do have POPs on 166 and the Shell on the I-20, making this a heavy commercial, I don't want Post Road to be another Highway 5, because then you can just forget about it being rural. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Name and address for the record, sir, and 2 minutes.
My name is Grayson Williams. I live at 4380 Post Road. My house sits about 400 feet from the store. I don't oppose the store the way it is, but if you rezone and allow heavy commercial to come in, that's going to play a big effect on my house and my property value. I've been in my house for 10 years, and the only thing that really bothers us is the lighting from at night, especially in the wintertime when the leaves are gone, and that's my concern.
Thank you for your comment, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Name and address in 2 minutes.
My name's Conley Rice. I live at 4291 Post Road. I live right next to the property proposed for this new project, and I'm definitely opposed to it. I have lived in Douglas County since 1964. I grew up on Post Road, about a mile down the road from where the proposed site is. But like I said, I live next door to it now, and my concern is the environment, all kinds of pollution, whether it be noise, whether it be air, because I have not heard in any of this conversation about this project how many gas pumps. I know there's 2 gas pumps at the existing store, but how many are going to be at this store? Because I see the paperwork that I was sent with a little sketch, a little map, it doesn't show that, but it does show a measurement of the gas island. And by the size of the gas island, there's going to be more than 2 pumps. You know, every time you fill gas or whatever, you get vapors off. And I live next door. I have a special needs daughter. My wife, that's the reason my wife and my daughter aren't here, because she's special needs and has special things that have to be considered. But anyway, I have nothing against Progress. I have nothing against these peoples. They're real nice. But I bought my home in 1995, and I'm 75 years old now, and I was planning on retiring there. Like I said, I just grew up a mile down the road. But, you know, this Progress is not good for me, personally. Living next door, somebody down the road, or down Moccasin Lake or whatever, it's not going to directly affect them. It's going to directly affect me because I'm already going through issues now with, and if I can, I'd like to just play this right quick. I was out on my carport the other day trying to cut my fingernails, and and this. Now this is about 350 feet from my house, and my house sits on the very north side away from the store. And this was over projected at the store. Someone getting gas there. And you know, we have a lot of rednecks and stuff.
2 minutes. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Name and address, 2 minutes.
My name is William Perry, and I live on Tyree Road, just south of the store. I've lived in Douglas County since 1970, so I'm a regular. I've lived off of Post Road since 1970, so I'm therefore another regular. And I have frequented Post Road daily to at least twice a day in a commute. I always pass this station because it's unsightly. It's just completely disgusting. I don't frequent it unless it's an absolute emergency. It's been robbed on multiple occasions, and I keep my wife and my children completely away from it as far as possible. And yes, the lights are blinding. When I leave to go to work at 3 o'clock every morning, because I used to work with Mr. Rice, when I leave to go to work every morning, I'm blinded by those lights. I come home in the afternoon, it's nice and sunny, but I will not frequent that store, and if it were torn down, it would be awesome. I'm a beekeeper in Douglas County. I love keeping everything as natural as possible. I know there is a Dog River Reservoir mandate that says we can't develop anything under 3 acres. And according to the mathematics that they give, this area is under 3 acres. I know at my place I have to make sure that I don't subdivide in less than 3 acres or build anything on less than a 3 acre lot because of the Dog River Basin. This is also just above Moccasin Lake. So that is also a tributary to Dog River, and I think that needs to be taken into consideration as well.
Okay. Thank you for your comment, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? How's our 15 minutes running?
7 minutes.
7. Oh, we got plenty of time. Name and address for the record, sir.
Jeremy Jermaine, Chapel Hill, Douglasville. I'm not opposed. I can't say that I'm opposed or not. I know that these people are opposed and whatnot, but I just feel like there needs to be more innovation in Douglas County. I think if you want, bring electric pumps to it, right? If we don't want any more gas pumps, let's bring electric. Let's not keep going gas. Let's force these people to do different things. Let's not keep letting them do whatever they want to do. Let's force them to build a place where people can eat. It's 2.6 acres, 2.8. There's a lot of land there. You can build a lot there, but you must be able to develop and innovate. And I don't think that the people currently are doing that. So I just think we need to sit down and talk with different people and try different things. 2 pumps is fine right now, and then push it back, push the easement back so that we could actually have more electric pumps, more parking, green space too. Right in that area would be nice. There are things we can do without just saying, let's say no and move on. I think we just need to talk and develop. That's it.
Thank you for your comments, sir. We appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the comments. Do you have any questions of the applicant or of staff?
I have a question for the applicant
If you'd come back to the podium, sir.
or representative. We heard some of the constituents talk about tanks. So how many tanks are you looking to put on this facility? I know you're talking about replacing the old tanks. Pumps.
Yeah, let me address the tank issue, and then
Okay.
if it's okay, I'll have Deb address the number of pumps.
Okay.
So the tanks that are there will be taken out of service and closed. We've just received, I should say staff has received, but we were copied on it, an email from EPD, and this is actually one of the conditions that says that if the tanks are taken out of service and closed on or before December 20th, 2026, they will consider any prior violations to have been addressed. And again, most of those relate, at least the ones that I've seen, and these are historical violations, relate to things like reporting and testing and those kinds of things. It is certainly our plan to replace those tanks with new tanks. Again, they've already been ordered. It will be done by December the 20th, 2026. That is a condition of the rezoning, and it is also a condition that EPD is imposing on us. Now, as far as the number of pumps, which I think was the other part of your question, I was going to let Deb address that.
If you would state your name and address for us first.
Yes, sir. Dev Pandya. I'm the property owner at 433 Post Road, Winston, Georgia. So it's going to be 3 pumps, and I would like to add on something to it. We did do a phase 1, phase 2, and it's basically phase 1 and phase 2. They have to drill a hole down there, get the soil samples, and see if there's any contaminants and anything like that. Which the results came back. There were no contaminants and none of that. We know the tanks are old, and we're looking to put the brand new tanks, brand new vapor system, brand new rear route, all of that stuff. The tanks are in fact ordered, and it's about 3 pumps that we're going to put in there.
Okay, 3 pumps. All
Yes,
right.
sir.
I know one of the person talked about the lighting.
Yes, sir.
And it's being a problem or
So
concern.
the lighting, we were gonna resolve it. We got broken into twice, and both those times the lights were off, and we got cameras all over the property, but since the lights were off, we couldn't see or the police couldn't see what was going on, and the police advised us to keep these lights on at night, so that way if something were to happen another time, that they can see what's going on.
So I know that they have infrared camera systems.
Yes, sir.
That can help you eliminate having so much light because they work off of
Yes, sir.
certain infrared. And so have y'all looked at?
Yes, sir, we have, and
Because
then we have changed those as well, and then once the new store, if it gets approved or not, our plan is to put brand new systems in and close at night, or close the lights whenever we close, which is 10 o'clock every day.
Okay, so inside the convenience store, I know that I heard some people talking about that, y'all serve different type of food. What type of the things that y'all serve in there? Or
Yes, sir.
is it?
It's just Hunt's Brother Pizza, and it's just pizzas and the wings that we have a Hunt's Brother program, and it's pizza and wings.
Pizza and wings?
Yes, sir.
No vegetables and fruit?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, all right. I yield.
Question, when we were talking about the tanks being taken out of service.
Yes, sir.
The tanks that are there will be dug up and replaced with new tanks?
Yes, sir, that's correct. The old tanks, we actually planned this morning, if we can get our LBPs earlier, we're gonna take out those tanks right away. Within like 2 days, 2-3 days, we're gonna have a crew out there and just get them out of there.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
I was just curious because
Yes, sir.
he said that would be taken out of service.
Yes, sir.
Didn't necessarily
No,
need to be
it's
replaced.
yes, sir. It's gonna be all removed. Like I said, I don't know if most of those violations that were there, the inspector, it was just test results, and we had most of them at the file over there. She just did not find the file at that time, and we had tests from like 24, 23, which is like almost everything is done in here. It's all the things that had to be pumped out, and like most of the test results and all that. We did submit a copy to the community development people.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Any more questions, Planning and Zoning Board?
Yes, I have a question for the applicant.
Yes,
Hi.
ma'am. Hey.
So you had heard some complaints of the neighbors who are directly across the street
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then immediately beside the properties in
Yes,
which your establishment is at.
Yes, ma'am.
My question to you is that, knowing these, have you had conversations, while you have other communities supporting, right,
ma'am.
that don't directly live across the street from you and so on, et cetera, and
Yes, ma'am.
down the road in another street, Have you spoken to those individuals once you have decided I'm going to expand this property and I'm going to grow it, right? Have you had that conversation with those 3 properties that are directly across from you and those to your side?
Mr. Rice was the only one that I had a conversation, but it didn't like completely did not get it addressed like fully. Our conversation just went, you know, what's being out there, what's getting done, and that was the conversation. But like I said, we do plan to all the lights that will be facing this way, and they will be closed once the facility gets better and everything. We plan to put like a little gate thing at nighttime, so like, you know, no cars can drive in there, park, and overnight and play music or something like that. That would affect the community. So we do plan to put the gate and cameras, better camera system and everything.
So what are the hours of this store that you have?
It's 6 to 10 p.m.
6 a.m. to 10 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And my last question.
Yes.
Sorry. My last question to you is in regard to those persons who are concerned about the growth of it. And I guess I want to ask you is that I know that you purchased the other parcel that's next to it, and that which is currently has a home on it. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And your idea is that the current property space that you have, and
Yes,
then the one next to it,
Right.
what you're envisioning and what you're wanting to bring to the table, does it encompass that entire
Yes, ma'am.
space?
So what's happened with it was we don't have since Dog River Basin, we don't have enough space on the land that we had right now. So we couldn't do addition. We couldn't do. The canopy sits on the right of way, so we couldn't even do anything with the septic being in the right behind the building. So the other property was better for us to like acquire it and do it like that way, because we can't expend it. We can't, since like it's so close to the road, it's close to the right of way. It's just, it was just hard that you know we could do it like that.
So let me understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're saying that currently where the gas station is now.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? You are not going to expound that building. You're going to build where the home is at currently, and that's where you're going to have your gas station.
No, it'll be like, can you pull this up? Yeah. So, yeah, let's do this. So right now, this is where you can see where it says the existing store, like EX store, C store right there. That's where the store is, and the new store is like where it says the C store. That's there right there.
Okay. So
Yeah.
what are you going to do with the existing store building?
We're going to demolish it once we finish with this.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, planning and zoning? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, I'll give it to the Board of Commissioners, whatever questions you folks may have.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair, you have the floor.
This will be for the applicant. Would you be opposed to making the gas station a little bit smaller?
How, like, what size?
I don't know the
yeah,
size.
Yeah, I mean, like, what, yeah, I mean, yeah.
I understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
I've passed by that gas station. It was before I was even born.
Yes, sir.
I walked to it with a friend living right up the road when I
Yes,
was
sir.
younger.
Yes, sir. My only concern with that, sorry to cut you off, but we trying to have a better food option. Since you know Post Road, there's no food option. People have to drive all the way, go down the exit and get some of the food. We just wanted a little bit of a better food program where we can serve hot and nice breakfast in there in the morning, and you know it's just for the food size.
No, I appreciate you trying to clean it up.
Yes,
it has
sir.
been there for a minute.
Yes, sir, it has.
It is lacking some love.
Yes, sir, definitely. Yeah.
But I was just thinking about the whole concept of it, because that whole community's been used to that size of that store for years.
Yes, sir.
And going back and thinking about your neighbors, those that live around you, I was just thinking any way that you would condense it just a little.
Yeah.
And then also, you know, just for the neighbors.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
I know a lot of people.
Yeah.
I've passed there, and you've got people that stop in. You got your regular neighbors. They've called me and let me know that they're excited about you trying to do something different with there, and that they're regular, and they're, I guess, for the last 2 years dropping in to seeing you. But
That was just my only concern. Just listen
So-
to those that came
yeah.
before, you know, the
Yeah.
ones opposing.
Yeah.
Just trying to think of them as well, because they are your neighbors.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So what I was going to talk to, I got Daryl from HRC here. We can put the store towards a little bit towards, if you look at it on that side, we can put towards a little bit more towards the left-hand side if we can. It gives Mr. Rice more space. You know, we already, of course, we gave him the 50-foot buffer as well. So we can still do it to the left-hand side if you're looking at this drawing like this.
Okay.
So it gives him more space.
And as one citizen
Or
suggested,
it'd probably be your right, or, yeah, it'd be left side, like, towards, like this way, you know.
sure.
Yeah.
And it's not gonna, this is nowhere near, which I know the answer to this, but it's nowhere near gonna encroach on the old courthouse historical little building that's been sitting there.
Mm,
Correct? Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Mhm.
All right. And I understand, I know about your break-ins.
Yeah, yeah.
They called her Spider Woman.
Spider-
How in
yes,
the
sir.
world she got through those
Yeah,
bars,
we
I
were
have no
surprised.
idea.
It was just
But-
that much they got in there, so, yeah.
But after a second or third time, I
Yes,
completely
sir.
understand why you left on the lights.
Yeah,
'cause-
that was the biggest thing. It was just, we even replaced those cameras after that, and they were like, it's just so hard to catch anything, the
Sure.
light, there's like completely pitch, you know, there's no street lights around that part, so.
But I would just ask, if approved,
Yes, sir.
to have the consideration of those lights.
Yes, sir.
Near your entrances, where it's not just blaring all over the
No.
whole parking lot to where your neighbors
I
are not
promise
affected.
them that, we're gonna put a gate out before my guy leaves or whoever leaves, close out the gate, turn off the lights, nobody get in the parking lot, no loud music, none of that, nobody sitting overnight, none of that stuff. And right now, we even have the no overstaying parking and all of that stuff too, right now too.
Okay, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Braxton, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. And this is to the applicant.
Yes, sir.
So one of the things that we've heard is the compliance.
Yes, sir.
Regarding record keeping and reporting.
Yes, sir.
Even since the ownership.
Yes, sir.
So what are we going to do differently? What's going to change?
So the EPD looks at there's a system called ViewRoot, and I got it at all my stores, the newer stores. This one's older. You can't put the system in there. It gives basically right accurate information, and what it does is it tells how much, what's in the tank, what's the volume is, what's the temperature is, what's the vapors releasing. That whole new system, it tells it. So at that point, we don't have to record it. EPD puts in there, or that puts in the facility ID number on it, and it submits all that data directly to them. And it's a system called ViewRoot system.
Okay. So
And that's the system that we're going to put in there. Yes, sir.
Okay, so when is that going to start? 'Cause I'm trying to get
Yeah,
an
yes,
idea.
sir. So like I said,
When we're gonna get
right now, we can't do that system because you have to put you have to drill it in and put the ViewRoots, the sensors and all that. The tank is too close to the concrete, so you won't have enough space. As soon as we get the LVPs and new tanks rolling in, it'll be going in.
Okay. All right, so I heard that you've also have the new tanks ordered.
Yes, sir.
If this is not approved, are
Yes,
you
sir.
still going to replace the tanks?
We can't because there's no enough space on it. The tanks, those are old metal tanks. The new ones, they don't. The companies don't make metal anymore. They make fiberglass tanks. The fiberglass tanks are a lot more, like in size-wise, they're a lot bigger than the metal tanks. That's the whole infrastructure on it.
All right, so just, if I'm hearing you
Yes,
correctly,
sir.
you can only use
Yes.
the tanks that you ordered if this is approved.
Yes,
to
sir.
be expanded.
Yes, sir. Reason being, it's just those new tanks are like I wish I have a drawing I can show you, but it's supposed to be sitting like parallel to each other, and that side has no like where it's at right now. It just doesn't have enough space to like yeah. So like if you look at on that, it won't have enough space to like do it.
Right. If I could just jump in and supplement, the current gas station is on that, southern property there. That is still zoned residential, right? So this goes back to the idea that this has been here really before we have our modern zoning codes. And then the property to the north, the residence is acquired, as he had said, to allow for the different design requirements when we're trying to facilitate new development in an old area. So I think to just clarify, the county would not allow them to redevelop onto either of these properties that are zoned residential at this time, right? So part of what we're trying to do with the rezoning is get them into compliance where they would no longer be non-conforming, because one of the things that is limiting them right now is that non-conforming status. And our code is very clear that you can do minimum maintenance, but you can't expand necessarily. So that is one of the things that they're running into, is the problem of putting the new tanks in on such a small parcel with the existing commercial, just to help clarify that.
All right, thank you. All right. And then it looks like that if this was approved, it looks like 27 parking places. I mean, is it 27? No, 37 parking spaces?
It's probably going to be, that's right.
Yeah, that number's definitely gonna come down.
If you'd state your name and
I'm
address, I
sorry.
don't think you've spoken there.
Daryl Ray with HRC 6554 Church Street, Douglasville. But those numbers will come down and be compliant with the code of the allowable amount of parking spaces. So I expect that number to be a lot lower than what's shown in that original sketch.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you.
Okay, any other questions, board? I just have one for the applicant. We talked about the lighting being excessive. Are you just temporarily until you, if the project is approved, till you get everything completed, have you thought about maybe some motion censored lighting, just when you enter the property, the lights come on and go off? I'm just thinking to give some relief
Yes,
to the citizens.
We did not think about that. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yeah.
Is that
Now-
something?
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I'll definitely consider that. Yes, ma'am.
Motion censored. And then you spoke about vapors. Do you have are you considering with your new tanks vapor recovery monitoring, which is VRM software? This software gauges the effectiveness of the vapor recovery equipment. And I heard one of our citizens back there mention those vapors potentially. What happens, this system ensures that the vapors displaced during the vehicle refueling are safely returned to the underground tank rather than escaping into the atmosphere. Is this what you're
Right now, I would say those are suction system. Suction is basically, it's just coming out of there, like, those vapors are like, nobody uses them in Georgia. Only the old stores that are there, those are the only ones that's having them. The new one is going to be motorized system. So it's going to be new motorized pump, motorized pump, and like the gas. So their vapors are like way less than what's there right now. And those are the newest vapors with the EPD, the redesign and all of that done. So like, it's a lot better than what the system is in right now. So it's called, there's like two, like I said, suction is, back in the day, it used to get done, and then motorized is a new one.
okay? I'm just accustomed to anything, some systems have a readout. So will you get printouts daily?
Yes, ma'am.
You
Yeah.
have an idea, a way to monitor?
Yes, ma'am. That whole system is going to be, like, you can monitor every little thing, like what's the temperature down in the ground and all of that. So yes,
Very
ma'am.
good. And you are inspected by the state, or I'm just learning, just trying to, will you, to make sure that your monitoring is within compliance, or
Yes, ma'am.
within permissible limits? Who determines that?
So there's a guy that comes in there every 30 days, does the walk around, checks spill buckets, usually checks the system. If I don't have the system, then he can't really do too much.
Thank you for the education for me. I was just trying to
No,
learn,
yes,
see
ma'am,
what
yes,
happens,
ma'am.
because
Yeah.
I know you get printouts, you're monitoring it.
Yes, ma'am.
And you
Yeah.
have to have a way to track it to see
Yes,
if you're
ma'am.
within permissible limits.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You can have a seat.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the discussion. Do I have a motion on Z 2026-50? The rezoning from RA residential agricultural to CH heavy commercial.
Brandon Pender, I make a motion to approve application Z 2026-50.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Frank Payne, second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving Z 2026-50, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, Z 2026-50 comes to the board with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Z 2026-50. with, no, recommendations by staff or conditions by staff, or is that's for the next one, correct?
Right, the conditions are on the special use permit on this
Okay.
one.
Yeah.
So to approve Z 2026-50.
Okay, do we have a second? Do we have a second? Second. Okay, second. We have a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor for approval, please indicate by raising your right hand. Okay. All opposed? Okay, we have a 3-2 vote, and the motion carries to approve.
Thank
I
you very
yield the floor
much,
back to you,
Madam
Chairman Simmons.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, I'm sorry, may I interrupt really quickly, if I may allow? Can the citizens' concern about the historic building be addressed really quickly to assure whether or not that's going to be affected?
Sorry, it's a little bit out of order right
I'm
now,
sorry,
but
my
if you would
apologies.
like to call for motion on S 2026-51 during discussion, I would be happy to address that question.
Thank you.
Here we are. I need a motion on S 2026-51, please.
Make a motion to approve S 2026-51
With conditions.
with the conditions as read in by staff.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving S 2026-51?
You still?
I'm sorry?
She did have discussion.
I
You had a
was,
discussion?
is this the proper time to ask for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I would like to address the fact that the question from the citizens was about the building that was historic there, to the right of the property, if you're looking. May we confirm, or can we address that question and concern?
Sure, that property is owned by Douglas County. That is our old middle courthouse. That is not subject to any of the zoning actions here this evening. It's not subject to any rezoning or special use permit. Again, it is owned by Douglas County.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Sorry. Hearing none, all in favor of approving S 2026-51 with conditions, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. All opposed? Thank you. Madam Chairman, S 2026-51 comes to the board with a recommendation for approval with the conditions that were read in.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve S 2026-51 with all the conditions read in by staff, but to add to additional conditions that not to exceed 3 pumps, and for there to be a consideration in regards to proper motion lighting to not to affect the residents at night.
Okay. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any other discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of approval, please indicate by raising your right hand. Okay, all opposed? It's a 3-2 vote, and the motion carries. Okay, I yield the floor back to you,
Thank you much, Madam Chairman.
Chairman.
Best of luck to you on this. Mr. Cronin, let's give them about a minute or so to get out. Quietly, please. Okay, Mr. Cronin, I think we're ready.
Okay, yes, sir.
We don't have a quorum.
Oh, okay.
We keep losing. Well, Brandon hadn't left yet.
He's not leaving.
He's not leaving, okay. Then we have a quorum, let's move.
Yes, sir. So our next two agenda items are Z 2026-52 and S 2026-53. This is a request for a rezoning from general commercial to heavy commercial and a special use permit for a tire shop at 7178 South Sweetwater Road. The lot is 0.41 acres in Commission District Number 1. The property has a 2,800 square foot building sited. The building has a single roll-up bay on the ground floor. Occupational tax records suggest that there are leasable suites on the second floor. The applicant's proposing a rezoning for a tire change and repair business. The transition of the site to heavy commercial would introduce a land use pattern that would deviate from established pattern along this section of South Sweetwater Road. The lots typical for commercial-oriented uses along South Sweetwater Road are similar in size to residential lots, about half an acre generally, and the lot sizes would both constrain activities on the site for new development or may not yield enough area to accommodate incompatible use buffers for transitioning lots that have been previously developed. The heavy commercial zoning district would permit uses that may provide for a greater scale of traffic volume and use without adequate buffering from the established residentially zoned properties, which I'll have an aerial to show you in just a second. And use, it's unclear what, if anything, would mitigate off-site impacts such as noise, light, glare, and odor. And so from the property's aerial, you can see the building as currently constructed. Staff's recommending denial of the rezoning and special use permit request based upon the following findings. Number one, the rezoning may introduce an intensity of scale not able to be reasonably accommodated on site without an assemblage. Number two, the rezoning would impair the intent of the comprehensive plan. And number three, the use would adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cronin. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant, please approach the podium. Have 2 minutes per person for allocated time of 15 minutes. Is the applicant in the house? Okay. Did you have anything you'd like to say? You'd state your name and address for the record, and then whatever comments you'd like to make, sir, for us.
Yes, my name is Kasia Hovey. My address is 6051 Bromby Circle, Lithia Spring, Georgia, Douglas County.
Any comments for us?
No, no, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We may get back to you shortly.
Thanks, sir.
Anyone else like to speak in favor? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition?
What exactly is it?
Please approach the podium so you're on record. Name and address.
Tammy Roach. I live on Plantation Drive in Lithia Springs. What is the exact location of this business? Are there any better pictures to show us what's around it?
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak? That was in opposition. Okay. I'll close the public hearing in this matter. We'll get back to that. Any planning and zoning board? Any questions for staff or the applicant? And Ms. Duncan's going to give us the address of that location, correct?
So again, I do recognize we maybe don't have the best picture here. I'm not sure if the site plan will show anything differently, but this is, if you are traveling from Veterans Memorial south on South Sweetwater Road, this building is going to be on your left. It's going to be at the intersection of South Sweetwater, I want to say like Laura Drive and like Groovers Lake in that area. It's sort of directly across from a church, which is next to the fire station and the Lithia Springs Senior Center. Does that paint a picture clear enough so that we have it in mind? Great, thank you.
Any questions, planning and zoning board, of staff or the applicant? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, I'll throw it to the board for any questions you folks may have.
Any questions, board? Okay. Are you
No
go back
questions.
to you?
Okay. Planning and zoning board, you've heard the discussion? Nope.
Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
I apologize, I don't have any questions.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Planning and zoning board, do I have a motion on Z 2026-52, rezoning from general commercial to heavy commercial?
Brandon Pittman, I make a motion to deny application Z.
This is Brandon Penniman. I make a motion to deny application Z 2026-52.
I have a
Second.
motion. Do I have a second?
Second, or Curry,
I have a
second.
motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on that? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote on Z 2026-52, request for denial. All opposed? All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Okay. Madam Chairman, Z 2026-52 comes to the board with a unanimous recommendation for denial.
Okay. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion? And Commissioner Mitchell, I requested Commissioner Kenneth Jones to read it for you. Okay?
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, make a motion to deny agenda item Z 2026-52.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of denial, please indicate by raising your right hand.
Yes.
Okay, we have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries for denial.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Planning and Zoning Board, do I have a recommendation for S 2026-53, special use permit?
It's Brandon Penman. I make a motion to deny S 2026-53.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all, call for the vote. All in favor of the request for denial as 2026-53, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chairman, S 2026-53 comes to the board. Unanimous recommendation for denial.
Thank you so much. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to deny agenda item S 2026-53.
Okay, do we have a motion and a second? Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of denial, please indicate by raising your right hand.
Yes.
Okay, we have a 5-0 unanimous vote with, to deny with no opposition, and the motion carries for denial. Thank you. I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Our next agenda item, please, Mr. Cronin.
Yes, sir. Our next agenda item is S 2026-54. This is a request for a special use permit to allow a residential care facility at 2270 Charleston Place. The lot is 1/4 acre. This is in Commission District Number 1, a 2,517 square foot single-family detached home within the Heritage Square subdivision is cited. The applicant's proposing the residential care facility for routine non-medical care for the elderly. The residential care facility is further regulated by the Georgia Department of Community Health, the DCH for short. DCH conducts annual inspections typically every 11 to 15 months. The proposed use will not alter the existing principal use as a single-family detached residence and will operate as accessory only. The applicant is required to be a full-time resident and the property has to be owner-occupied. We've attached a site aerial and staff's recommending approval with conditions of the special use permit based upon the following findings. Number 1, the use will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code. Number 2, the granting of the special use permit will not adversely affect public health, safety, or welfare. Staff is recommending the following conditions. Number 1, the applicant shall submit to the building department sets of plans that would address the agency impact statements included within this staff report, as well as additional requirements under the relevant governing codes of the departments that make up the Development Review Committee. All required improvements shall be made prior to the issuance of occupational tax certificate. Number 2, prior to the issuance of an occupational tax certificate, the applicant must provide proof of permit issued by the relevant governing departments of the state of Georgia. And number 3, there should be no more than 2 unrelated individuals allowed to occupy a single bedroom. And that concludes my presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cronin. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, please approach the podium. You have 2 minutes per person for an allocated time of 15 minutes. State your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Patina Lavelle. I reside at 2270 Charleston Place. And I just want to assure my neighbors that I am going to comply and remain a respectful neighbor.
Okay. Before you go, you heard the 3 conditions that were read in. Are you in agreement with those conditions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You would just stand by. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and then 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Roach. I live at 582 Plantation Drive, Lithia Springs, Georgia, in the Heritage Square subdivision. I'm addressing you all tonight because this is not a personal matter. This is a matter of quality of home life. the Heritage Square subdivision, and I'm so happy that Chairwoman Dr. Ramona Jackson Jones said earlier that Lithia Springs is very good. It is a part of the land. It is a landmark here in Douglas County. Let me just say that. I've lived here for 26 years, and the Heritage Square subdivision has been one of the more beautiful subdivisions, neighborhoods in Lithia Springs. It is an older subdivision. It does not have a homeowners association. And I have watched this very beautiful, vibrant neighborhood go from a wonderful place to live to now a very questionable place to live because of the different things that we have going on. And I do have a concern. That's why I stand before you. Again, this is not personal with Miss Lavelle, because in order to have good neighbors, you got to be a good neighbor. And that is exactly my position, my husband and I. Like I said, the neighborhood has changed a lot to one of loud noise, lots of cars, trash, and traffic, with people coming in who have no investment in the community. This particular care facility will add to the things that we have going on right now. And it's not a matter of it being a care facility. It is a matter of timing. There is no oversight for us as neighbors because we don't have a homeowners association. And we are approaching you all with concerns as to what are we to do when we have so many different things coming in. And if we approve this, where does it stop?
Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
I am
Name and address in 2 minutes.
Lisa Smith, Charleston Place, Lithia Springs. We live in this cul-de-sac, and the property in question does have a very steep driveway. If these patients need emergency services, ambulance, fire, police, they are going to have to park in the cul-de-sac. And we do not have the parking and space available for that to come into the neighborhood. Currently, we have bus traffic from Lithia Springs Elementary, from Turner Middle, from Lithia Springs High School, and the added congestion in that small cul-de-sac really is going to be an inconvenience for us as neighbors. We have lived in this cul-de-sac for the past 25 years. And to bring a care facility here kind of concerns me because that property does have a very steep driveway. If you have patients with dementia or Alzheimer's and they're walking down that very steep driveway, that is a concern. It's a concern for us as neighbors. It's a concern for the elderly people that would be living there. So that's my issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Name and address, 2 minutes.
Yes, William Phoenix, 2280 Charleston Place. That cul-de-sac as she spoke about, we're one of 3 neighbors. I live directly next door. The concerns that she just raised does concern me, and I'm not sure how it affects your property value, so I don't exactly know, but the traffic that it will add, the parking is not there, and I just think that that type of care facility may not be best suited for where the house is, and again, this cul-de-sac is a small cul-de-sac, and as she said, emergency vehicles, parking, all those things would be, we would be directly impacted. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of the applicant or of staff?
Brandon Penny, I got a question for the applicant. One of your biggest statements was just being a good neighbor. So could you address some of the struggles, the concerns of your neighbors, considering the cul-de-sac and, emergency vehicles, and then also the steepness of your driveway and how that affects your ability to service these differing residents?
Okay. First of all, I'm only going to be servicing 2 residents. I do have a driveway. If the ambulance need to come up that driveway, they can.
Like a secondary driveway?
Just one.
Oh, okay.
They're concerned about the value of the property depreciating. I'm not bringing in a large nursing facility. It's only 2 residents.
Okay, cool. I know that there can be a concern a lot of times when there's not a clear understanding of exactly what is a in-home care facility. That
Right.
facility word makes it sound way bigger than what it sounds like you're doing. So I wanted to just give an opportunity for you to kind of speak to the constituents on what that really looks like and what's really coming next door to them. Could you give a little more detail on exactly how that type of business operates, what type of services you'll be providing, maybe even what type of people in the sense of wheelchairs, or are we dealing with mental health issues, or what type of people are we servicing?
All right, again, it's non-medical, and I'll be providing service like medication reminders, companionship, so there won't be any patients with Alzheimer's or any conditions like that.
So by non-medical, you mean no mental health struggles and
Right,
things like
exactly.
that? But they will have medicine that you'll help them take.
Right, right.
Okay.
Just reminding them to take it.
Okay, great. And these will be seniors or this?
Seniors and veterans.
Seniors and veterans.
Starting
All right.
at the age of 65 and up.
Okay, great. You've answered all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have a question for the applicant. Hi. So your property here that you're showing that you're asking for this permit, how long have you lived at this property?
For 2 years.
For 2 years?
Yes.
And when you purchased the property, did you purchase in mind of kind of embracing this new adventure, or was this just something that you decided you wanted to do with the property?
Right, so I've been in the healthcare industry for 10 years, working directly and indirectly with patients, so it's something that I've always wanted to do.
I see. And you said you worked in healthcare, so that means like in a clinical setting or a clerical?
Hospital setting,
Providing clinical care?
clinical and non-clinical.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Alrighty.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board?
I did have one more question for the applicant. I apologize. At any point were you able to actually go and have a conversation with these neighbors?
We met
Okay.
at a meeting
Oh.
prior to this one.
Okay, got you. I want to just suggest that part too, just having a clear conversation to help them get
Okay.
understanding. That's it. I yield.
Any other questions? No other questions. I'll throw it over to you, Madam Chairman, for questions you folks might have.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. For the commissioners, we have any questions? Commissioner Kenner Jones, you have the floor.
My question's for the applicant. Have you ever run a personal care home before?
I haven't, but
And you said you have not?
I haven't.
Okay. And then when you met with your neighbors, what was the feedback? Like, is this information new to you, or?
It's not. Their biggest concern to me was the appreciation of the property.
Were there any other concerns that were shared, or just that?
Just that one that I can remember.
And you said you will be providing the primary
Yes.
care for the individuals in the home?
Yes.
How many people will be residing in the home, including yourself?
Just me.
And
in
then
the residents. Just
two residents?
Uh-huh.
And how many bedrooms is it?
3.
And will they each have their own bedroom, or are you sharing bedrooms?
It depends. I'll leave that up to the residents. So if they want their own personal room, I'll have that. So and that means that'll only be 2 residents.
Help clarify for me. So you're saying if they want to share a bedroom, you're only going to have 2. If they don't want to share a bedroom, are you planning to have still only 2, or are you suggesting that you will have 2 individuals per bedroom?
So I'll have an individual bedroom and a bedroom with 2 beds in that room. And if I have a patient decide that they don't want to share, then I'll just have the 2, 1 for each bedroom.
What's the plan for the extra bedroom as it stands now?
It'll be vacant.
Madam Chair, I yield back.
Okay. Any questions? Commissioner Braxton, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, and this is also for the applicant. So one of the conditions here, conditions 3 says there should be no more than 2 unrelated. Or are you looking to do anything, or would they be related or unrelated?
So I'll
That you have-
comply with the regulations. If it says I can only have two, it'll only be two residents.
Okay. All right. And then if I can see the picture of the property, it looks like that you are in a cul-de-sac. Is that correct right now?
Yes. Yes, I
Okay.
am.
And there's pretty strict rules about parking in cul-de-sac, based on the county rules there. Do you anticipate any additional traffic, and will any additional parking be handled all in your driveway?
It'll be all in my driveway.
Okay, so in your driveway, do you have enough room? Is it like two
Yes.
areas that you can pull in and out?
Yes.
Okay, and how about with visitors? How would that be monitored?
So there will be limits on the visitation. And again, I'm only having two residents. So visitation will be limited.
Okay, I'm sorry, when you say limited, like, is there a limit on how many cars that will come, and time of day of week? If you could give us a little bit more granular.
Right, so
details.
visitation will be like 1 day a week, 3 to 6, 1 car per visit.
Sure, sure.
So if you have two unrelated residents and you only have 1 day with a limited period of time for visitation, how are you going to manage the parking situation? Because I would assume they are not going to have the same or share the same visitors.
So there'll be different times for each visitor.
Okay, thank you. All right. So how about if there's any type of event such as a birthday or a holiday event? How will you manage parking and visitations in those scenarios?
I don't plan on having any parties. Again, if there's any celebration, it'll be very limited to the visitors.
Okay. All right. Yes.
Just to clarify, I want to make sure that we express that the principal use on the property is going to be a single-family home, right? So the personal care home is basically an accessory use. It is a home-based occupation for the principal use. So just because they're asking for the use for the personal care home doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have the same kind of rights and privileges of anybody, in their home. So to your point about, birthday parties and things like that, I just kind of wanted to make it clear that any parking restriction that would be applied through the zoning use would basically be to the operation of the business. It doesn't necessarily mean that she gives up her right to operate her house as a or to occupy her house as a single-family home, and that would come with all the rights and privileges, which would include, kind of routine celebrations and things of that nature. So just kind of wanted to make sure that we get that clear on the record. We do have the ability through the special use permit to enforce conditions of zoning that are related to the occupation. And so I think that would be the primary intent, is that if you had residents on the property and there was a vehicle parked on the street as a result of the resident who is living in the property, that is where we would be looking for the parking restrictions, as opposed to what would be kind of normal routine uses of a single-family detached home. Does that kind of help clarify some of that?
It does.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, with that, Madam Chair, I yield the floor back.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioner Mitchell? Okay. I just have one question for you, and I hope I'm not going too far down in the weeds. You mentioned 3 bedrooms, and you said you have one of the bedrooms you would have 2 people in them, and the other would just be, I guess, just vacant. Have you thought about it? I'm going to become a little medical on you just for a minute. Nosocomial infections, which occur in hospitals, but you mentioned the word patients, but I know they're clients, but they're in a room together. You have cold and flu season coming soon. Would there be give any consideration, since you have 2, to utilize that vacant bedroom and allow that person to have their own room, especially with coughing, sneezing, and things like that? I'm just asking.
Yes, I will allow for that person to have their own room.
Okay, that's important. Okay, I just asked the question. All right, I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You may have a seat.
Thank you.
Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the discussion. Do I have a motion on S 2026-54 special use permit?
This is Brandon Penham. I make a motion to approve application S 2026-54, a request for a special use permit to allow a residential care facility located at 2270 Charleston Place.
Do I have a motion? Do I have a
With the
second?
conditions as read in by staff.
Yes. Do I have a second? Second. Motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All of those in favor of approving S 2026-54, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, S 2026-54 comes to you with a recommendation for approval with conditions read into the record.
Okay, Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Commissioner Mitchell,
Yes.
what do you want us to, lead off with?
Yes, I would like to make that motion to deny.
To deny, okay?
I will second that.
Okay. If I could have Commissioner Kenner Jones to read everything.
Madam Chair, I
For the
make a
record.
motion to deny agenda item S 2026-54.
Okay. Second. Okay, you have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second on the floor to deny. All in favor of denial, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote to deny. The motion carries, and I yield the floor back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Next agenda item, please. Mr. Cronin.
Yes, sir. Our last agenda item is item number Z2026-55. This is a request for a rezoning from residential agricultural to residential medium density and public semi-public for a residential subdivision at presently addressed 2391 Mount Vernon Road. The lot is 85.8 acres. This is in Commission District Number 2. The site's encumbered by a 200-foot power line easement, state waters on the property, steep slopes, among other things. There are factors that are not necessarily shared by properties that neighbor it and are generally site-specific. So the applicant's proposing 75 single-family detached lots in the RMD zoning. The PSP, the Public Semi-Public Zoning District, is just for the telecommunications tower present on the property, which we'll be able to see in the site plan in just a second. The multiple encumbrances on the site generally would limit the amount of square footage and the amount of product that the applicants can deliver, so that's why the applicant is proposing the RMD zoning district. All homes would have to be at least 1,800 square foot starting in the RMD zoning district. Here's a site aerial. You can kind of see the power line easement shown here, but it's shown better in this site plan. The red arrow indicates the cell tower that's currently existing on the property. Sorry, there we go. And the applicant has prepared a set of elevations. We've worked with the applicant a little bit. The elevations would have to comply fully with Appendix A of the Unified Development Code, so there's still some work to do. But the applicant has shown that they are willing to work with us for these elevations. And so the applicant development team is also here to speak on those elevations as well. Staff's recommending approval with conditions of the rezoning request based upon the following findings. Number one, the rezoning would not impair the impact or the intent of the comprehensive plan. Number two, the residential medium density zoning district, if conditioned to limit the product type to single family detached only, would not create a land use pattern that is out of character with this area of Douglas County. And number three, the rezoning would not adversely impact the public health, safety, or welfare. Staff's recommending the following condition. Number one, the approval shall be for single family detached development only. A change in the typing housing units offered would require resubmission of a site plan for review and consideration before the Board of Commissioners. That concludes my presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cronin. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, please approach the podium. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening.
Person.
Austin, is there a presentation? I do have a presentation. My name is Michelle McCauley. I'm with Gaskins LaCroix. We're a civil engineering and planning firm located at 3475 Corporate Way in Duluth, Georgia. As I said, I do have a presentation, but I'm not going to go through all of it because I believe it exceeds 2 minutes, but I will just give you some rough numbers here.
We'll go for 2 minutes and then we'll come back.
Absolutely. I want to go back. Can I just... Is this my presentation? All right, well, it's fine. I'll just go back here. All right, so this is the site. You see it's an 85.8 acre site. It's located on the west side of Mount Vernon Road. It's directly adjacent to Flaxbridge Hills Elementary School. One of the defining characteristics, as mentioned by staff, is that there's a 200-foot wide power easement that runs through the property. The property also has streams and areas of steep topography. These constraints have been worked to so that we can work within the neighborhood. The development includes 75 single-family detached homes on approximately 85 acres, which yields a density of less than 1 dwelling unit to acre. Rather than maximizing the number of units, the plan responds to the property's natural constraints and existing utility easement. The requested RMD zoning provides the flexibility needed to design these neighborhoods around these constraints while creating a cohesive residential community. The community will also include a walking trail, a children's tot lot, and a community gathering space with a fire pit. All of these amenities support the county's goal of creating connected neighborhoods with the opportunities for recreation and interaction. I'd like to show a couple of it didn't move forward. There we go. So this will be a neighborhood of attractive 4 and 5 bedroom homes. All the homes will be at least a minimum of 1,800 square feet, but will go up to 3,200 square feet. They will have 2-car garages. They will include a mix of materials: brick, stone, board and batten, and hardy plank siding. They will have 2-car garages. The community will offer homes for all stages of living. I like to point out here, this is the Salem that will be included for sale within this neighborhood. This home will offer for multi-generational living. It has the opportunity to provide both a master on the main floor and on the second floor. Also within the community is a 1-story house, a ranch that allows 1 level living. So in this community, there will be a range of houses for all people in all different stages of life, or people looking to live in their home past multiple generations. Here's the amenity area. We are showing a walking trail and a tot lot and a gathering space with a fire pit. We appreciate staff's time and the effort devoted to reviewing this application. We have worked with staff throughout this process to revise the plan and bring something that we feel is consistent with both the zoning and the comprehensive plan for this community. Staff is recommending approval with one condition, limiting the development to single-family detached homes. We are in agreement with that condition. We believe this proposal, we recommend approval. Thank you.
Okay. Before you go, are you in agreement with the condition?
Yes, we are. I was just about to say that.
Thank you very much. We'll be right back to you, I'm sure. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? You'd state your name and address for the record, sir, and in 2 minutes.
Gerald Carter. I live in Mount Vernon Estates. The opposition that we have is the traffic congestion that is going to be caused on a very narrow road that is pretty well pressed right now during rush hour, coming and going, and the additional traffic in that area, I think, presents a hazard not only to the school bus traffic, but also to the traffic, the normal traffic trying to get to work and trying to get home. That's the major issue that we have with our subdivision, as well as just in the practice that I've observed trying to get in and out. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
My name is Randy Chancey of Mount Vernon Road, 30122. Y'all spoke about Lithia Springs and being the heartfelt part of Douglas County, and I think that's a good way to describe it, but I think you're going in the wrong direction. You build an 1,800 square foot homes on a road that's needs some custom homes, better, less traffic. This is going to be, I believe it's a cut through from Mount Vernon to Lee Road. And I believe it's got an entrance and exit, if you could pull that up. Is that true?
Anybody know if that's true?
I don't think now is probably the best time.
Okay, so anyway, I think it's have you got one way in and one way out? I think so. If you have one way in, one way out, people are going to cut from Mount Vernon over to Lee Road, going to that Publix. The traffic on Mount Vernon Road right now backs up almost to that entrance, just from 92 in the mornings. You can't even get out. So if you add that and you add all this traffic and these small homes, and I think it's just going to be a problematic area. I think it's mainly the traffic that's going to be the problem. And I know from a development side, they're just trying to get as many houses in there as they can. I understand that. But I think that the commissioners should really think about that area, look at the area and what they're bringing to the area. I don't think these type of homes are conducive for this area, and I don't think the zoning should be approved, rezoning.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of the applicant or of staff?
I have a question of DOT. Could you kind of explain if a traffic study was done or what this would impact on the traffic that's already on Mount Vernon that some of the constituents brought up, made aware today?
Okay, I looked at the existing volumes for our recent count, which was late 2024. It was just over 6,800 cars a day. The previous year was 6,900, and the previous year was 5,600. So you're looking at 6,800 cars a day on Mount Vernon Road. Now, as far as what kind of impact and how many trips will this particular site generate per their traffic study that was submitted, approximately 1,000 cars a day will be added. Wow. That would be approximately 72 in the morning and 95 in the afternoon.
So, okay, just based on the amount of houses, I mean, based on the two car garages, if you're looking at that.
Yeah, the way that trips are generated is by house classification, like
Okay.
single detached. There's just been hundreds of studies, and they basically say how many homes, and each home is going to generate X amount of trips per day, and that's
Okay.
what I provided you.
Okay. That's all I have unless anybody else. I would like to talk to the applicant if you don't have anything else to.
Are they making, there's only one way in and one way out of this at
Yeah,
this point in time, right? There's no other connection over to Lee Road?
That is correct. It's a single entrance
Single
property.
Okay.
Yeah, and per the fire code, anything under 120 is permissible, and 72 is quite a bit
Well
under
under.
120.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have a question, Reese, if you'd like to.
Okay.
So I don't really know if in your study that it would be, when we're talking about 1,000 more residential cars, we're talking about like just you, me, the board, with that impact on that, right, was a consideration about any emergency vehicles for being able to address that many homes? And then also the availability of the emergency vehicles being able to get in and out of there with that one entrance only coming in and out? That's my A question. My B question is that I'm looking at it from a mapping standpoint, and I do not see a traffic signal anywhere. And then my concern about that is that there is, again, the schools that are very, very close by. You can see the sign from the position of the maps. So my concern about that is that, okay, now we have a school, we're adding 1,000 more cars, there's no light signal there to help man that. Is that a conversation that can be made as one of the conditions of, providing the funds to provide that light? I don't know if that's possible. So that's my B part. So I have A and B question for you.
Yes. To address let's just talk about the traffic signal themselves. Comparable 6,800 cars, 6,500 cars a day on Mount Vernon. When you live in that area, or if you live there for 20, 30 years, that's a lot of vehicles to you because that's what you're used to. But it's not measurable to Chapel Hill that has 28,000. So when you look at what generates the actual need for a traffic signal, the warrant for a traffic signal, it's going to be the volume on the main line, which is Mount Vernon, and it's going to be the side street volume, which we're talking 72 homes. And I can tell you from numerous traffic studies, it will never warrant a traffic signal with 72 homes.
Okay, so that handles part B. So can you talk about part A in regard to the in and out and then the emergency
And that was
vehicles?
addressing a little bit with fire,
Okay.
if I recall. I'm not going to speak for fire to know what their needs would be. I will say that the roads will be constructed per the county specifications to allow typical fire apparatus movement within the subdivision as it would be on any road that we allow to be constructed. So the fire code itself is acceptable up to 120 homes with a single entrance, and they're at 72. So as far as is there a need for a second entrance, that answer would be no from the fire department.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board?
I have a question for the applicant.
For the applicant, yes. Thank you, Bruce.
Yes, sir.
I have two questions. One question, will this be a HOA community? Second question, what is your price range for the houses that's going to be built in that area?
Sure. This will be an HOA community, and I can have the representative of the home builder come speak to you about pricing that hasn't obviously been set yet because this neighborhood has not been developed. Is it possible for me to answer any questions related to traffic?
Yeah.
I can let the builder speak to about home values, but I would like to say that, yes, this neighborhood does have one point of access. The traffic study that we did shows that it will have minimal impact on the level of service on Mount Vernon. It did not recommend any traffic improvements at the entrance of this subdivision, but we are showing them because we feel like it's the right thing to do. So there is a deceleration lane that is shown, but it's not a requirement of the traffic study.
Okay.
State your name and address first.
My name is June Yell, and I'm at 8800 Roswell Road, Atlanta, Georgia. And Mr. Curry, your question was in regard to the product and pricing?
Yes.
Right now, as was stated, we're anticipating putting in product there anywhere from 1,800 square feet up to 3,200 square feet. Addressing the concern about having too many homes that are on the 1,800 side, I can tell you as a ranch product, based on the lots that we've got in here, it's not going to be able to fit on every single lot. And the ranch product is the one that is at 1,800. But we're trying to put in a variety of product that'll be appealing to buyers, as Michelle had stated, at multiple stages of life. We feel like this is a great community in terms of the being able to get people outside and connected and away from their devices and all of that kind of a thing, which is why I put in the natural amenities there as well. In terms of pricing, obviously we have not developed it yet, so this is subject to change. But at this point, when we're looking at it, we're looking at homes in the 400s in this neighborhood.
I have no other questions.
Any other questions?
I'm sorry, I have a question. I don't know if it's for the staff, may I? And it may be a question that doesn't apply. But quick question. So we're bringing in these homes, right? And so we have these 75 homes. And that's an elementary school down the street, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Will that, has anyone considered the elementary school if they're going to be able to withstand children coming in? I mean, because, our schools are we already have, concerns about teachers and how many teacher per students and so on and so forth. Is that a consideration to be made when this is being put on the table by an applicant?
Yes, ma'am. The school system submitted an impact statement that didn't indicate anything that would overburden the school system. So there was no indication that there would be an overburden on the existing capacity.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, Board of Commissioners, any questions you folks would have?
Okay. Board of Commissioners, do you have any questions? Commissioner Kenneth Jones, you have the floor.
I have a couple of questions for the applicant. Is the smallest square footage home is 1,800 square feet or the largest?
The smallest, yes, ma'am.
And that's the ranch product?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the breakdown or the thought of how many ranches versus two-story homes? And I ask that because Douglas County does have an aging population that wants to be able to age in place in their home. So that is a desirable product.
Absolutely.
And so I'm almost wondering if there's any room in your development for you perhaps doing like a 3-2 on a ranch as to give a little bit more variety or have more options to provide that, because we don't have a lot of builders that are coming in offering ranch products.
Understand. Actually, in the product lineup itself, we do have the ranch product. We also do have what we call a multi-generational plan, which is called the Salem. That one has a primary bedroom on the first floor. It also has an option to have a primary bedroom upstairs as well. So that one is unique in that we've got a lot of families now that are multi-generational. You've got families that are staying either for longer periods of time during the year or they're living together. So that's an opportunity for people to live under one roof together, or just have your primary bedroom on the first floor, and then you can have your secondary bedrooms upstairs. So it would accommodate as well people with, that are my age, that have older kids, or, frankly, or that, have kids in high school or something where they can have their bedroom downstairs, they can have their other children upstairs as well.
Will this
So-
community have sidewalks
Yes, it will.
on both sides of the street?
I believe so, yes.
And then I'm going to be very frank, the elevations, that's ugly. And so are y'all going to go back with, I guess that's the DRC project or process to do a little bit, y'all are okay with it going back through that process to have a little bit more architecture and design interest?
Well, as Austin mentioned, we have to go back through an architectural review, and we will have to do that, yes, sir.
Okay. And then in terms of the deceleration lane, I know it is not required, but you guys put it on your plan. Are you opposed to that being made a condition?
No, we're not.
Madam Chair, I yield back.
Okay,
Thank you.
Commissioner Braxton.
Yes, thank you. So I know that you mentioned that it is going to be an HOA association, and all of these are going to be single-family owner-occupied, or will there be some mix of owner-occupied and rental units?
It is our intention to sell them, but at this point, I do not believe it's conditioned in terms of having a lease cap on it. Now, that's not to say that we're looking to do anything other than for sale in this neighborhood.
Okay. Also, you going to say something?
Yes, sir. So if they were to, and we take a look at their covenants just to make sure that nothing crazy happens, but they would be limited up to 10%
Right.
as held by the developer to be straight to rent.
Okay.
If they exceeded that, they would have to come before the Board of Commissioners for that approval.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then a last question, trying to get a gauge of how far the Factory Shoals Elementary School is. So I'm wondering if there are opportunities where students and parents will be walking to the school from this development, and if so, how safe would that be?
Yeah, go ahead.
So they would not be
Can't
able to
really.
walk?
Okay, sorry about that. It's on the top right of the image.
Okay.
It's
So there's
fairly
no
big piece of property.
sidewalks or anything that would be able to accommodate that?
So we've cautioned the applicant not to engage with the school system
Mm-hmm.
until such a time as their plan is approved. And so in that way, it wouldn't appear transactional.
Right.
So I'd let y'all speak to.
Yeah, it's not, yeah. Right, yes,
But
that would
that-
not be safe.
A condition could be put in place if you feel it appropriate to extend sidewalk.
Yeah, the sidewalk, okay. All right, thank you very much. Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you.
Okay. Any other questions? Well, I have one question for the applicant.
Yes, ma'am.
basements, would there be optional? We certainly, storage facilities are just, we're inundated with those, and just, you know, sometimes those basements give you a little room for storage. I know
I
that
am going
you
to
would appreciate that.
As I am not an engineer, I'm a planner. So generally, when there's steepings, the slopes that are not, it's not a flat lot. This is definitely not a flat lot. There is opportunities for basements, but I couldn't tell you right now how many basements would be available, just because of that's not my expertise.
But it's
Yeah, but there is potential because there is. It's not a flat site, so there is opportunities for basements. Yes, ma'am.
just, okay, thank you. I yield back the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the discussion. Do I have a motion on Z 2026-55?
Howard Curry, I make a motion that we approve Z 2026-55, a request for rezoning from RA residential agricultural to RMD residential mid-density and PSP public, semi-public for residential subdivision located at 2391 Mount Vernon Road, Lithia Springs. With conditions, read in by staff.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
I do have a discussion real quick. Is it too late to ask questions during discussion, or is it just purely discussion only?
That's passed.
Okay, well, I guess for the record's sake, my concern is the 1,000 additional cars and how that affects traffic on that road and how that affects the schools. I wish I had a school board representative here that could speak more emphatically to how that affects the school, but not being able to, I yield.
Yeah, I have discussion. You know, we talk about Douglas County, how we want it to grow, how we want it to develop. How do we balance the two between, as we heard earlier, data centers and residents? So we have to have some type of concession. We have to look at the growth in Douglas County and the tax that these homes bring to Douglas County and future residents who are coming in Douglas County. I can say that because I sit in the community as an HOA president and deal with this each and every day, with growth, with development. So when you look abroad and you say, okay, we're gonna have a few thousand more cars that come through, what do we want? How do we look at ourselves? And we have a housing shortage. You don't want apartments. We did something about that. So now we gotta go back and we gotta look and say, hey, how do we grow here in Douglas County? And this is one way of growing. This is one way that we gotta look, and we gotta be sometime inconvenienced so that we can have this growth. It's a growing pain. We know that. Is Douglas County gonna always stay rural? No, it's not. It's gonna grow, it's gonna develop, and we gotta look at that each and every day. I look at it. I have grandkids that go to school in Douglas County, and I'm a resident of Douglas County. And so this is something that we all gotta look forward to, and we all gotta come together and say, okay, what's next? I yield.
Any other discussion? I'll call for the vote. All in favor of approving Z 2026-55 with the conditions, signify by raising your hand. All opposed? Madam Chairman, Z 2026-55 comes to the board with a recommendation for approval with the conditions that were read into the record.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve agenda item Z 2026-55 with the conditions as read in by staff, and the additional condition that they will add the deceleration lane and a sidewalk between the community and Factory Shoals Elementary School.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, board? Commissioner Kendall Jones, you have the...
I will just say Oric hit it right on the head. That's exactly it. We cannot always say no to everything and only plan for what is here or what has previously been here. We talk about how much we love our seniors and want to look out for them, but then we don't have developers that bring housing that they can go into and age in place. And with the rising cost of health care, a lot of these people are not going to be able to go into residential facilities and things like that. Young couples that need a smaller house to start out in cannot afford a custom home. Every neighborhood cannot be built for people who can afford $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 home. There's got to be some middle ground. And to that point, everything can't be a townhouse. Everything can't be mixed use. Everything cannot be apartments. And so when we have somebody that's willing to work with the county to bring a better product, that they voluntarily wanted to do the deceleration lane to kind of ease some of that traffic burden and make it safer for the community, speaks volumes, at least in my mind, that they're going to be a good community partner and a good neighbor as long as they go back and do something with the architecture, please. But otherwise, I mean, I appreciate the thought out plan and what you're trying to bring to the community. And again, I can't force you to, but I would ask that you look at even a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom option as well. But with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Okay, thank you. Any other remarks, board? Certainly, I just have one thing to add, and I'm hoping futuristic-wise for DOT, there may be some enhancements for Mount Vernon, since we had quite a few discussions. I know that's a county road. That 92 is, right now we know is off limits because it is a state road, but Mount Vernon, I see you nodding, sounds like there will be some enhancements along that. Maybe perhaps widening or something like that. Okay. See, they nodding with me. Okay.
Oh, and Madam Chair, I would like to acknowledge we actually do have a school board representative in the room tonight. Ms. Roach has been with us tonight.
Yes. Thank you for being here, Ms. Roach. All right, so we have a motion and a second on the floor, and we've had our discussion. All in favor of approval, please indicate by raising your right hand. Commissioner Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay, we have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries for approval for this project. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Having nothing else to come before the Planning and Zoning Board, I would first like to thank the deputies tonight because they did a tremendous job with the crowd. It was an unusual meeting. I declare this meeting adjourned.
Good job, y'all. Good job, everybody. Good job, Frank.
10 o'clock on the nose.